Sigurd's lab hummed softly with quiet life, the ever-burning lamps casting warm light over metal tables cluttered with scrolls, samples, and arcane apparatus. The scent of old paper, dried reagents, and faint alchemical smoke lingered in the air. Yet beneath it all, a weight hung in the space. Tension, expectation, secrets thick as dust. Sigurd stood at one end of the long central table, poring over glyph diagrams while Alara leaned against a nearby shelf, arms folded, her eyes flicking over research files like she was reading past lives. Kalen, adorned in white and gold, drifted through the space in silence. His linen mantle caught the light, glinting faintly with the holy sigils stitched in celestial script. He'd said little since their last discussion, content instead to observe, ever watchful, his presence a subtle threat. "I've been thinking," Sigurd muttered, breaking the silence. He set a diagram down. This lab was Alicia's secondary workspace, but the main one, the one she really worked in, was never here. Alara nodded slowly. "You think it was somewhere else, somewhere more private." "She knew someone would come for her," Sigurd said. "Maybe not when, maybe not who, but she prepared." Alara's voice dropped, almost as if she knew the church would brand her a heretic. "She knew more than we do now," he said. "Much more." Kalen said nothing, thumbing through a thick codex of healing rites, though his gaze occasionally flicked toward them, ever calculating. Sigurd stepped away from the workbench, pulling a worn leather-bound book from a satchel beside his desk. It was Alicia's journal, the one he never let out of his reach. Without ceremony, he set it down and opened it to a familiar page, the one with the jagged tear and the strange oil-slicked smear. "This is all I have left of her last thoughts," he said, more to himself than anyone else. "Most of it. Gone, torn out." Kalen approached, his steps light but deliberate. "This is hers." Sigurd gave a faint nod. The paladin leaned in, eyes narrowing. His gaze fell on the last legible entry and the page with the half-erased margin. There it was. A faint ghost of a name, barely visible beneath the page's damage. S. R. As. Kalen's brow furrowed. "What is this name?" Sigurd glanced at the smear. It appeared on a page Alicia marked, but we couldn't recover it. Someone tried to scrub it away. Darcy thinks it's important. "I've tried everything," Alara added. Decoding, scrying, cross-referencing church registries. Nothing. "Someone wiped the memory clean," Sigurd said. "Not just the records. The minds, too. It's as if the name itself was erased from time." Kalen said nothing for a moment. Then, with a deep breath, he reached for the edge of his mantle and pinched a glimmering sigil embroidered near his shoulder. It flared. Not brightly, but elegantly. A wave of gentle gold shimmered outward from the cloth, like liquid light flowing over reality itself. The room was filled with the scent of lilies and old incense. Papers fluttered. Chalk circles glowed faintly. A holographic glyph, etched in divine light, hung in the air above the journal. "In nomine lumen purificatio," Kalen whispered. As the glyph pulsed, the page shimmered. The smeared name reassembled itself, letter by letter, until it returned fully, etched now in radiant silver. Asira's seal. Ilara inhaled sharply. Impossible. Sigurd stepped back, eyes wide. That name, how could it be her? That's the girl from the exam, Ilara whispered. The one who split the crystal matrix. The one who's been working in your lab. The one who was too perfect, Sigurd muttered. Every movement is too precise. Every word chosen. And completely forgettable, Ilara added. I kept losing track of her. I just thought she was mild. Kalen crossed his arms. So you've both met her. And yet her name was hidden from your minds. It wasn't just hidden, Sigurd murmured, staring at the glowing letters. It was removed. And now it returns, Kalen said, tone grave, because I hold the key. The light from the glyph faded slowly, the elegant script vanishing back into the folds of Kalen's holy cloak. Silence followed, until Ilara exhaled and said what they were all thinking. This changes everything. Sigurd looked down at the journal again, heart pounding. She wasn't just an observer. She was part of Alicia's final work, and we still don't know why. Kalen's expression hardened. If this Sira's is linked to the heretic Alicia, then we need to know who, what she truly is. But Sigurd shook his head, brows furrowing. No, I think we're all missing something. Sira's seal isn't just connected to Alicia. She's part of this entire mystery. His fingers rested over Alicia's journal, over the name Sira's seal, now burned into their memory. She might be the key. The lab was no longer a place of silence. It was a crucible where doubt simmered and secrets curdled into tension too thick to ignore. Sigurd stood over his desk, arms folded, gaze fixed on the scattered papers as if they might rearrange themselves into clarity. The pages of Alicia's torn journal lay open beside freshly inked notes, riddled with questions that spiraled into more questions. His expression was tight, unreadable, the weight of years and memories compressed into a single line across his brow. Across the room, Ilara leaned on the edge of a cluttered counter, arms crossed over her chest, eyes wide but unfocused. Her silence was not passive. It trembled. The revelation still hung in the air, Sira's seal. No surname should have carried that much weight. And yet... Kalen paced the perimeter slowly, every step measured. His golden cloak brushed the floor like judgment made manifest, sigils across its hem flickering softly, restless, divine. His face was drawn into a narrow frown, his unease poorly hidden behind the veneer of holy discipline. This Sira's, Kalen muttered, coming to a stop by the far shelf. She was in this very lab. She worked here, quietly, observed, assisted. Drew no attention, Sigurd said, too quietly in hindsight. Like she wanted to be forgotten, Ilara added, her voice barely above a whisper. She was, Sigurd replied, glancing at the singed journal again. Until now. Kalen's eyes narrowed. If this Sira's is connected to the name Alicia recorded, then I must report it, immediately. No, Sigurd said sharply. Kalen turned, face taut. You would withhold her identity from the church. I would understand it first, Sigurd snapped. Too much of our world is written in darkness. I refuse to hand another piece over without knowing what it truly is. Alara rubbed her arms as if cold. It's like Alicia knew we'd come looking one day. Like she hid everything deliberately, separated this lab from the rest. Kaelin moved closer to the table, gaze flickering over torn parchment and handwritten scrawls. Or perhaps she feared the wrong eyes would find it too soon. Sigurd didn't respond. Instead, he reached into his coat and drew out a leather-bound book. Alicia's journal. The original, the one he'd kept closest. He dropped it on the table. A soft thud, then silence. Kaelin stepped forward cautiously, watching Sigurd's hand as he flipped it open to the section where the pages had been torn out. Faint markings stained the binding. A name, once erased, still lingering like a ghost. Asira's. And Kaelin read it, his brow furrowed. Who is this? Another player in this twisted game, Sigurd murmured. One we know nothing about, yet she's been right under our noses. She had no mana signature, Alara whispered, voice strained. No real records. I couldn't even trace her mind properly. It's like something wiped it. Kaelin's eyes flared. He reached toward his cloak and with practiced fingers traced a symbol stitched near his shoulder. It flared to life, light radiant and gold, bursting like sunfire over holy scripture. The sigil unfolded, elegant and symmetrical, casting a divine pattern into the air. Words shimmered within the light, Scrasciel. Alara gasped. No, she said, backing away, that's impossible. She's a child. She split a crystal like it was paper, but she can't be the same. Memory alteration, Kaelin muttered. One of the forbidden rites. The church rarely speaks of it, but that would explain much. Why would she do that to herself? Alara asked, voice breaking. Sigurd stared at the glowing name in the air. Maybe she didn't. The light faded slowly. The name lingered in the dark like an accusation. We left her alone, Alara said quietly, shaken. Back in the containment facility. We left her to do whatever she wanted. Oh, she's not just an assistant, Sigurd said. She's a key. To Alicia, to the church, to everything. Kaelin's frown deepened. Then we need answers, and she must give them. The silence descended again. It was Kaelin who broke it first. Take me to her. Sigurd nodded slowly. Fine, but we do this my way. The carriage jolted gently down the narrow path. Outside, trees blurred past, silent sentinels of memory and mystery. Inside, the silence between the three was heavier than any road. Alara sat closest to the window, hands clenched in her lap. Kaelin sat opposite her, arms crossed, staring forward with a tight expression. Sigurd, hunched near the door, was lost in thought, knuckles tapping a dull rhythm against his knee. No one spoke. Not until the building appeared in the distance. A blocky silhouette of stone and steel, quiet and remote. The containment facility. The air outside was thick with ambient magic, an unspoken hum that vibrated just under the skin. The outer gates creaked open slowly. No guards, no alarms. Inside, the lights hummed softly, pulsing like a heart. Every hallway was sterile, lined with reinforced etheric insulation. Runes carved into the floors glowed faintly. They found him in the side chamber. Leston. His face lit up when he saw Sigurd. "Ah, Professor, you're back earlier than I thought. Everything's been going great." "Leston," Sigurd said, "where is Sira's?" "Oh, she's resting," the assistant replied cheerily. "But Professor, you were right. The resonance on the thought chain rune. It aligned exactly as predicted once she fine-tuned the convergence nodes. You should have seen it. She's brilliant." Kalen stiffened. "She what?" Sigurd asked, voice carefully even. "She guided the entire recalibration. Said she saw the pattern in a dream or something. Not even the senior alchemists could have spotted it." "I see," Sigurd said, eyes narrowing. Alara didn't speak. Her face was pale. "I need to speak with her," Sigurd said, privately. "Of course," Leston said without hesitation, waving them through. "I'm telling you, Professor, she's something else." They entered the small, sealed room. Sterile, quiet, too quiet. Sigurd moved first, Alara behind him, and Kalen last. The door sealed with a low hiss. And then she turned. Asira's seal. The girl no one remembered, the apprentice with no past. Her expression was serene, innocent. Too innocent. Sigurd stared at her, eyes narrowing. Ilara's breath caught. Kalen reached for the hilt of his sword, but didn't draw it. "Hello," Siraz said, voice calm and composed. "You came back." The air was thick with tension. The trio stood frozen, a silent testimony to the presence before them. Siraz was there, yet it was not her. This was a force far grander than they had ever known, a silent weight that stole the air from their lungs. It was as if they had entered the lair of a monarch. "What are you?" Sigurd finally asked, forcing the words past the knot in his throat. Siraz blinked, a hint of amusement flickering across her face. "Of all the questions you could ask, that's the one you chose." Sigurd swallowed hard, his chest heavy. "Seraphine, the bringer of chaos," Kalen muttered under his breath. Though his voice was low, all of them heard it. Their heads snapped toward him, dread and disbelief written across their faces. Siraz chuckled softly, the sound devoid of warmth. "I hadn't expected you to ally with these two. By your doctrine, they should be heretics. Have you betrayed the word?" "I would never dream of such a thing," Kalen snapped, his composure cracking. "Tell me why you are here. You were meant to be sealed away centuries ago." "So you are a demon," Ilara whispered, her voice trembling as she pressed herself against the far wall. "Why are you helping us then?" Sigurd asked, his voice raw. With a wave of her hand, the chamber shifted. The walls shimmered, dissolved. Reality bent until they were seated at a table of black stone, as if the world itself had obeyed her whim. Seraphine sat at the head, legs crossed, her silver hair gleaming like moonlight. A crystal goblet formed in her hand, filling with crimson wine. "I cannot answer all of you at once," she said, lowering the glass to the table. We will speak one at a time. You're a demon. I should have killed you the moment I saw you, Elara spat, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her fear. Seraphine's expression didn't change. Careful. I tolerate insults only as a testament to my patience. And no, I am no mere demon. I am what your church calls a demon lord. She looked utterly bored, sipping her wine. Why were you helping us build the weapon? Sigurd pressed, ignoring Alara's outburst. His voice carried both suspicion and a hint of desperation. Do you have no heart for your own people? Seraphine tilted her head, studying him. You misunderstand. I wasn't helping you build a weapon. I was watching your steps, making sure you didn't tread where you shouldn't. Sigurd's brow furrowed. What does that mean? Her gaze turned sharp. Your wife, Alicia, was a flame. Brilliant, reckless, and too willing to stare into the dark. She was reaching toward truths that devour. I guided her hand when I could, pushed her away from cliffs she could not see. You're saying you cared for her. Sigurd's jaw clenched. Then why let her suffer? I never let her suffer, Seraphine replied softly, but with steel beneath. I let her choose. I gave her pieces of the puzzle, never the whole, because the whole would have broken her. I do the same for you. Her gaze lingered on him, uncomfortably intimate. You are too close to the same edge. Kaelin scoffed, slamming a fist on the table. Mercy, that's what you call it. Playing with mortals like toys and calling it guidance. Seraphine's eyes flicked to him, cold. Mercy is not always the absence of pain. Sometimes it is steering a ship through storms, even if the sailors curse you for the course. Kaelin's fury snapped. He lunged across the table, sword flashing, only for his body to freeze mid-stride. His blade halted inches from her, unmoving, his muscles locked by a will beyond his own. I don't recall giving you permission to move, Seraphine murmured. The holy sigils on his cloak ignited, glowing brilliantly, but they faltered against her presence. With a flick of her finger, his body straightened against his will, sheathing the sword. Kaelin's eyes widened in horror as he staggered back to his seat, his body no longer his own. You see now, Seraphine said, voice low, dangerous. Your strength means nothing here. Kaelin's breath came ragged, fury and terror mingling. Sigurd forced himself to speak. Then tell me, why me? Why Alicia? Why us? Seraphine's gaze softened, though her words cut deeper for it. Because both of you reached for fires too large to hold. Because you are the kind of people who will never stop asking questions, even when the answers cost you everything. I cannot stop you from seeking, but I can keep you from falling too far. Elara shivered. You call that compassion. Choosing who lives, who dies, what truths we are allowed to see. For the first time, Seraphine looked weary. Compassion, she echoed, her voice almost a whisper. Or cruelty. I can no longer tell the difference. The silence that followed was unbearable. Sigurd finally leaned forward, voice steady but sharp. You haven't answered me. What is it in Alicia's research that terrified even you? Seraphine swirled the wine in her glass, watching its surface ripple like blood. She was beginning to peel back a veil, to glimpse the wound beneath this world. And wounds master Sigurd. Her eyes rose, silver and endless. Wounds must bleed into something. The goblet touched her lips. The discussion had only begun. The false chamber Seraphine had conjured held unnerving stillness. No ticking clock, no echo of air, only the subtle weight of her presence pressing into their bones. Sigurd's voice broke the silence. You said Alicia was peeling back a veil, a wound in the world. What did she find? Seraphine's silver gaze drifted toward him, unreadable. A pattern, she said. At first, it looks like healing, a blessing. Children touched by affliction, their bodies reshaped by light. But beneath it, she saw what the priests refused to see, that it was not healing at all. Ilara swallowed, her lips pale, the withering curse. Seraphine inclined her head slightly, a name given to mask what it truly is. The church calls it a curse because it cannot admit that it is its tool. A siphon redirecting what little spark a child carries into something vast, something they cannot name aloud. Kaelin slammed a fist onto the table. Lies. The church would never. Her hand flicked. Kaelin's body froze mid-breath, silenced without pain but with absolute finality. She didn't even glance at him. Sigurd leaned forward, his voice hard. What is it healing, if it isn't the children? For a moment, Seraphine seemed tired, almost ancient. That is the question Alicia was circling. She described it as a wound great enough to swallow nations, something that bleeds endlessly. And the oracle, in her mercy, decided the only way to keep the wound closed was to feed it. Ilara shook her head, eyes wide. You're saying every child with the curse, every one of them. They do not die for nothing, Seraphine said softly. But they do die. Kaelin jerked against invisible bonds, eyes burning. When she finally released him, he gasped for breath, trembling with fury. You twist words. You make necessity sound like murder. Because necessity and murder are often the same, Seraphine replied calmly. Sigurd's jaw clenched. And Alicia, did she agree to this? She sought to unravel it. She begged for answers. She wanted to save your daughter and the remaining children, not knowing she was trying to unwind the very chains that hold the world together. That is why she found me, or rather, why I let her find me. Ilara leaned forward, fear yielding to sharp curiosity. You let her find you. Why? For what reason? Seraphine's sigh was soft, almost weary. Her heart was noble, but the edge she reached for had long since lost its guardrails. Kaelin's eyes narrowed. So what did you do? Push her over it? I tried to turn her back, Seraphine said quietly, but she was determined, and in the end, it cost her. Sigurd's jaw tightened as pieces fell into place. So you were the one beside her all this time, watching, guiding. Why from the shadows? Why not in the open? A faint smile curved her lips. Perceptive, aren't we? There are reasons I cannot walk in daylight, reasons bound in ink and blood. Her gaze darkened, voice dipping to a murmur heavy with meaning. The seal of the oracle is chief among them. Kaelin's lips curled in a scornful smile. That seal was meant to keep you from touching humanity. And yet, Here you sit, drinking with us like this is some tea party. Seraphine tilted her head, unbothered. And it worked. I am no longer a threat to mankind. The way she said it sounded less like reassurance, more like a cruel joke. Ilara muttered under her breath, sharp and bitter. Unless I've misunderstood, a seal is supposed to cut contact entirely. Sigurd leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Then what are you implying? That Alicia did this to herself. Seraphine exhaled, slow and weary, as though she had carried the weight of centuries. When you stare into the abyss, it stares back. It drags out the darkness buried in the shadows. What is that supposed to mean? Sigurd's voice cracked with rising fury. That she was wrong to use the gifts the gods gave her. Wrong to try to save our child, our only child, and spare others from the same curse. Seraphine's eyes hardened, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous hum. Then would you bear the weight of her choice? Are you strong enough to shoulder that cross? She went hunting answers and found the lions. Now tell me, Sigurd. She leaned forward, her expression unreadable, almost pained. Can you fight the lions? The silence that followed stretched, heavy and suffocating. Sigurd's fists trembled on the table before him. At last he spoke, his voice quiet but unyielding. What is hidden in this abyss? The silence after Sigurd's question stretched, suffocating. The abyss, Siras said at last, her voice low, steady, as she lifted the glass to her lips. It is the malice of the world itself. A wound that festers, a hunger that never sleeps. Every time it stirs, something must be given to quiet it. You mean children. Kalen's words tore out like venom. You sacrifice children. Siras didn't flinch. She set her cup down with deliberate care. It is not as though we have the luxury of choice. We, Sigurd's voice cut through the air. Who is this we you speak of? Her glowing eyes met his. It is the price of peace. The pact created by the oracle and me. Kalen's composure broke. He surged to his feet, outrage blazing. Lies, the oracle is pure, righteous. She would never soil herself with this evil. Sira's reply was flat. And yet a price must be paid for the peace you defend so blindly. His hand shook on his sword hilt. What peace? You, the butcher of demons, the bringer of chaos, you dare claim righteousness. Her mask cracked. For a heartbeat, her voice carried the jagged edge of unbearable grief. We would not stand in this charade of balance if not for you humans. You burned and tore and devoured until nothing remained whole. I have lost more than you could fathom. Sigurd leaned forward, voice low, iron in it. Then why tell us this? What is your true goal here? A guide, a protector, if you must call it something. My task is to ensure you remain true to your path as the archivist, Siras said. You've used that word before, Sigurd pressed. Archivist, what does it mean? It is not the act that damns, she said, soft and sharp at once, but the motive behind it. Knowledge can destroy, yes, but true knowledge saves. I am here to ensure you pursue the latter. Kalen barked a bitter laugh. You call teaching them to harness demons salvation. Her smile was faint. It is the first step toward a truce. Do you not crave an end to bloodshed? Ilara's hand trembled around her quill. Are you removing the curse? Sira's shook her head. Ilara's voice wavered, bitter and fearful. This is your compassion, twisted mercy. Some things cannot be undone. The abyss is not an enemy one can fight, it is a storm to endure. The oracle and I chose to leave it undisturbed. But I can give you a gift. Whether you squander it is not my concern. Sigurd's eyes narrowed. You speak of the oracle as though you know her. Sira's smiled like breaking glass. Some secrets are best left untouched. Kaelin spat, trembling with fury. Impossible. The oracle is the voice of the gods. She would never intertwine with darkness like you. Her chuckle was low, almost cruel. The line between light and shadow is thinner than you think. The walls dissolved like ash. In a blink, they stood again in the cold containment chamber. Only Alicia's journal lay on the floor, unmarred. Sigurd stooped, lifting it slowly. His breath caught. The torn pages had been restored, ink glistening as though freshly dried. Every forbidden word is clear. Ilara pressed a hand to her mouth, pale and sweating. Why does it feel like she wants us to see this? Sigurd exhaled, voice hoarse. Because she's left us a truth we weren't meant to hold. Kaelin sank into a chair, fists clenched white around his sword hilt. His voice was low, bitter, but steady. Whatever games she plays, she's shown us the road. The point now is to find if lions bleed. The containment chamber felt smaller now. Though Seraphine was gone, her presence still clung to the stone like smoke after a fire. No one spoke at first. The sound of Sigurd flipping open Alicia's journal was the only thing cutting through the silence. The ink glimmered in the lamplight, every page whole, as if time itself had been rewound. Ilara shifted uneasily. This doesn't feel like a gift, she whispered. It feels like a trap. It's both, Sigurd said, scanning the entries with hungry eyes. Every answer we've been clawing for handed back to us. But at what cost? Kaelin leaned back in his chair, jaw tight. His gaze never left the restored journal, though he didn't move toward it. She lies, he said flatly, his voice hoarse from earlier shouting. That's what she does. But she knows enough truth to make the lies feel heavier. You're still defending the oracle, Sigurd muttered without looking up. Kaelin's head snapped toward him. The oracle is truth. Her word is the god's word. And yet, his voice faltered, bitter frustration knotting in his throat. And yet I cannot explain why there are archives no paladin can see. Why do we carry sigils whose meanings are denied even to us? Why the oracle speaks alone and none hear the gods but her? The admission cracked something in the room. Ilara's eyes widened, her fear shifting to a cold, fragile hope. You've been questioning, too, she breathed. Kaelin slammed his fist against the table. Do not twist my words. I will prove her innocence. I will prove the church is righteous. That's why I remain here. Sigurd finally looked up from the journal, his voice heavy. And if you can't prove it, what happens when the road she's set us on shows you that the oracle bleeds like anyone else? Kaelin's face drained of color. He had no answer. The silence stretched, broken only when Alara gathered the courage to speak again. "We can't stay here, not with this." She gestured to the journal. "If the church suspects what we hold, we're already dead." Sigurd closed the book with a snap. "Then we go to Alicia's ruined lab. That was her fortress, her final stand. If there are more answers, they'll be buried there." Kalen straightened, resolve settling back over his features. "Then I'll go with you, whether you welcome me or not. Better me than others at your back." Alara muttered a curse under her breath. This is madness. Sigurd ignored them both. He tucked the restored journal into his satchel, its weight heavy as stone. His gaze lingered on the faintly glowing runes of the chamber, Seraphine's vanishing echo. "She's opened a door," he said quietly, almost to himself. "Now we have no choice but to walk through it." The carriage jolted over cracked ruts, and a wind like a dry knife pressed at the shutters. All around them, the silver plains lay flat and pale, a desiccated ocean of gray grass and blackened stone that swallowed sound. The light inside the carriage was small and stubborn, a single lantern guttering with every rattle of the wheels. Alara sat opposite Sigurd, knees drawn together, fingers worrying at the hem of her sleeve until the cloth frayed. Her face, already thin from worry, had gone harder. Anger sat under it like a coiled thing. "You didn't tell Roland," she said suddenly, voice tight. "You didn't even give him the courtesy of consent. Do you know what you've done? You've walked us straight toward a field where the church might set its nets." Sigurd's hands tightened around Alicia's restored journal. He didn't look at her. The leather was warm under his palm. The weight of ink and torn pages and returned secrets felt like guilt. "What would I have told him?" he asked quietly. "Sire, forgive me, the demon queen poured us her truths and left the missing pages in my lap." The attempt at a sardonic smile came out thin. "If I'd told him I'd dined with the thing the church hunts, he'd have cut my head off for heresy and handed the body to them. Do you want him fighting the Templars instead of sending men to dig through ruins?" Alara's mouth opened and closed. "So you hide it and bring us to die in the name of curiosity." Her voice was small now, edged with something almost like pleading. "You could have told him 100 other things. You could have." "I tried telling him things," Sigurd cut in, sharper than he meant. "You heard him at the council. We can't ask the church for aid. They are not allies we can call. Do you think I took the choice lightly? Do you think I want to keep secrets from the man who put the crown on his head because it scratches at my conscience? I kept my mouth shut because the moment I mentioned Seraphine." Alara's laugh was a brittle thing. "Seraphine, the demon queen, you cannot be serious." He met her eyes now. "I am serious enough not to hand Roland the excuse to burn what remains of Alicia's work for a crusade of his own." His voice dropped. "If Roland knew everything, if he knew we'd spoken, if he knew she'd restored the journal, he'd march the kingdom to the walls of the church asking for absolution or blood. Either way, we lose the one sliver of control we have." Kalen, who had sat silent and stiff as a carved figure all this while, finally moved. He folded his hands over his sword pommel like a man steadying himself for confession. "Silence breeds knives," he said softly, "but truth can burn nations if revealed wrongly. Both paths ask for sacrifice. The words settled like dust. Darcy, who had been sitting by the low footstool pretending to mend the edge of Sigurd's travel cloak, let her needle rest. Her expression was unreadable, an island of calm that did not reach her eyes. No one met anyone's gaze. Thoughts clawed at them in short, practical bursts. Lists of supplies to fetch, runes to prepare, contingencies to draw up. Fear tightened around those lists until the plans were smaller than the palms of their hands. Ilara finally let out a breath that was more sound than relief. "You owe Roland the chance to not be lied to," she said. "But you also owe us the chance to not be foolish." "I'm trying to buy that chance," Sigurd answered. He closed the journal and strapped it to his pack with fingers that trembled a little less. "One step at a time. We go in, we find what Alicia left behind, and we leave before anyone can turn our answers into a torch." The wheels slowed. Through the mist, a ragged silhouette emerged. Blackened stone stacked like ribs, the ruined bones of the old laboratory standing stubborn against the plains. A smear of smoke, old, cold, hung above it, and the nearer stones caught the carriage lanterns for a moment like teeth. The sight felt like a verdict. No one spoke as the driver drew reins and the carriage came to a stop. The silence was no longer empty. It was charged, ready. Each of them reached for something different: Sigurd for the journal, Ilara for the pack of rune chalk, Kaelin for the steadying iron of his will. They stepped out into the thin air together, and the ruin watched them with the mute patience of something that had waited too long. Everyone stepped down from the carriage when the ruin came into view. The sight before them was desolation itself, burnt dreams and broken ambition made stone. The earth around it was scorched to sterility, barren even of weeds. The air still carried the ghost of smoke, though the fire had long since died. Walls once painted with care now bore only streaks of black, charred veins that ran like scars across their surface. "This place has seen better days," Ilara murmured, her voice thin with forced levity. The attempt fell flat against the silence. "We have to uncover what she left here," Sigurd said, his sigh heavy but his resolve sharpening as he looked at the ruins. What was she doing beneath all this? Kaelin's brow furrowed as he scanned the scorched remains. "I never understood. Why did you and Alicia keep separate labs?" "She was a master of raw magic, mana, spellwork, incantations," Sigurd replied, his tone absent as his eyes lingered on the ruins. "I was the one shaping magical technology and runic craft." Darcy had already moved ahead in silence, shouldering their supplies with a quiet steadiness. Without a word, Sigurd fell in step behind her, the others trailing close, as though the still air itself might swallow them if they strayed. Darcy leaned her weight against the massive metallic doors. They groaned in protest, hinges shrieking like something long forgotten. A cloud of dust and stale smoke spilt into their faces, drawing ragged coughs and stifled sneezes from the group. She shoved harder. The door shifted again. Then, with a low, splintering crack, the supporting pillar gave way. The slab of metal toppled forward, slamming into the stone floor with a thunderous crash. The noise ripped through the ruin like a war drum. Birds burst from the rafters in a storm of wings, Bats scattered, shrieking into the dark, and skittering claws marked the retreat of rodents into cracks and shadow. I'm starting to think wraiths or worse make their home here, Alara muttered, trying to sound casual even as she half hid behind Kalen's broad frame. They don't exist in this part of the world, Sigurd said firmly, though his gaze lingered on Darcy as if testing her readiness. Without waiting for a command, she lifted her hands toward the ceiling. Orbs of golden light shimmered to life, spreading across the vast chamber until the shadows recoiled. The broken skylight above allowed only the faintest thread of moonlight to filter through, glinting weakly off jagged glass and twisted beams. With a quiet breath of relief that they would not stumble blind, Darcy shifted her pack and stepped forward, her light guiding the way deeper into the ruins. Time stretched unnaturally as the moon climbed higher, its pale glow spilling across the ruins like a cold judgment. Their footsteps echoed against scorched stone, the silence of the silver plains pressing in on them with every breath. Alara stumbled over a fallen column, the sharp crack of stone against her boot snapping the stillness. She hissed under her breath, brushing dust from her robe. What exactly are we even looking for? Sigurd paused, his eyes sweeping the shadows as though answers might etch themselves into the broken walls. I don't know, he admitted at last, his tone weighted with both conviction and doubt. But I'll know when I see it. Alara gave a hollow laugh, brittle and sharp. Wonderful. Blind hopes and scraps of faith to guide us into our graves. Her voice trembled despite the sarcasm. Kalen shifted, one hand resting on the hilt of his blade, the other brushing the edge of his cloak as though warding off unseen eyes. Better blind hope than surrender, he muttered, his tone clipped, defensive. Of course it is, Alara muttered, her voice low and sharp, like she was trying to convince herself more than anyone else. Why don't we head for Alicia's main study? There might be clues there, Darcy suggested, her tone calm but purposeful, as though clinging to pragmatism could keep the dread at bay. That sounds like a wonderful plan, Alara said dryly, though her eyes flicked nervously toward the shifting shadows. Sigurd adjusted the strap of his satchel, fingers brushing Alicia's restored journal. He checked again that it was secure, the way a man checks a wound he knows won't close. It was almost ritual now, as if looking away even for a heartbeat might make it vanish. Well, it should be along this path, he murmured, his voice tight, distracted, as though he were speaking more to Alicia's ghost than to them. The ruins swallowed their footsteps as they pressed on. Ahead, a vast archway loomed from the smoke-blackened stone, its pillars carved with glyphs too eroded to read. The heavy doors it once held had long since crumbled, leaving only a dark threshold yawning like the mouth of something waiting. Darcy stepped forward first, and the orbs of golden light followed her gesture, scattering into the chamber beyond. Rodents and winged things burst from the cracks, their sudden flight rattling the silence. None of them spoke. They simply stood there, staring into the shadowed passageway that led toward Alicia's hidden study, each carrying their own dread, their own questions, their own unwilling hope. The ruins groaned with silence. Dust drifted in the lantern light, thick and heavy as breath held too long. Every step forward seemed to press them deeper into a tomb that wasn't meant to be opened. Darcy was the first to move with purpose. She brushed soot from the cracked floor, dragging a sleeve across the stone, making a small space clean enough to sit. She shook out their blankets, laid them on a raised dais where the fire had not eaten through, and lit a small dish of oil. Her hands worked quietly, efficiently, as though refusing to let the dread take root. Ilara's eyes darted across the room, unsettled by the black scars that scored every wall. "It's like the fire never really died here," she murmured. The glow of Darcy's orbs trembled against the streaks, like veins in burnt flesh. Sigurd ignored her words, crouching by a half-collapsed desk. His fingers brushed across a warped drawer, half-sealed by soot. "She hid something here," he said, more to himself than to them. His jaw tightened as he pulled, splinters groaning under his grip. The drawer broke free, spilling scraps of parchment, most ruined beyond recognition. Kaelin stood with arms folded, back to the wall, eyes never still. "This place reeks of death," he muttered. His fingers tapped the pommel of his sword, every nerve ready to spring. "And you're rummaging like children digging for bones." Sigurd shot him a glance. Bones leave stories. So does ash. It was Ilara who froze first. Her hand hovered near a section of wall, eyes narrowing. "Here. Do you feel it?" she whispered. The air around the bricks shivered faintly, a ward too weak to bite but too stubborn to fade. Sigurd knelt beside her, pressing his palm flat against the cold stone. He felt the resonance, a faint echo pulsing like a heart long stilled. She sealed something. His breath quickened. "Darcy, bring light closer." The girl obeyed silently, golden orbs drifting to cluster at the wall. The glow revealed a crack that wasn't natural, a seam carefully cut and fitted back into place. Together, Sigurd and Ilara pried it loose, brick by brick, until a small cavity gaped open. Inside lay a packet of papers, edges blackened but the writing untouched, preserved by layers of warded ink. Sigurd's hands trembled as he unwrapped them. The first page was jagged, half notes, half warning, Alicia's hand sharp with haste. "If you are reading this, it means the fire took what I could not protect. But some truths burn slower. Follow the ink, follow the seal." At the bottom, a single rune gleamed faintly, etched into the page itself. Ilara frowned. A key. Sigurd nodded. He traced the rune with his thumb, whispering the old resonance. Ilara added her mana, her pulse syncing with his. The ward groaned awake. The walls shuddered. At first it was only a tremor, then a sound, low, hollow, rhythmic, a pulse. It rattled their teeth, shook the air. The stone bled. Dark crimson seeped from the cracks in the wall, trickling down, then up, then spiraling into the open air. Drops suspended themselves, thick and slow, until words began to form, letters scrawled in veins of living blood. Darcy dropped her rag and stumbled back, her eyes wide. Kaelin's hand leapt to his sword, but he could not swing at blood that pulsed with the rhythm of a heartbeat. The words stretched across the wall. each pulse of blood like the throb of the earth itself. They are born not of sin, but of sorrow. Their light, a sacrifice to keep the shadows at bay. A child for a city, a soul for a nation. The oracle speaks not of gods, but of a prison. The lines glistened wet, the smell of iron sharp in their noses. The whole chamber seemed to breathe with it, as though the world itself bled before them. Ilara covered her mouth, horrified. This is impossible. Sigurd's voice was hoarse, his body trembling. It's her. Alicia left this for us. She cut herself into the stone so the truth would bleed when we returned. Darcy stood stiff, arms clutching herself, eyes fixed on the wall as if afraid to blink. The firelight in her orbs faltered. Kaelin had gone pale. His lips moved, soundless at first, before the words came raw, forced from his throat. I know this. They all turned to him. He swallowed hard, his voice breaking into a whisper. It's a hymn, a forbidden hymn, buried in the deepest archives. We were told never to speak it, never to even acknowledge it. That it was blasphemy written by heretics to slander the oracle. Ilara's eyes widened. Then it's real. This is proof. No, Kaelin snapped, too fast, too sharp. His denial cracked like glass. No, it cannot be. The oracle, she would never, he faltered, the words choking him. His hand slipped from his sword hilt as he sagged into a chair, staring at the blood-written poem with hollow eyes. The chamber quieted. Only the pulse remained, steady, implacable, like the heartbeat of the world itself, reminding them of its wound. Sigurd's breath shook as he whispered, "Then this is the truth we weren't meant to hold." The poem still bled on the wall. The crimson letters pulsed in time with a heartbeat too vast to belong to any of them. Each throb shivered through the stone beneath their boots, rattling loose fragments of ash and dust. It was not the beating of their hearts. It was the world itself, bleeding, straining, shuddering as though something vast and unseen pressed against its skin. No one moved. Sigurd stared at the words until his eyes blurred, his knuckles white around Alicia's restored journal. The poem felt less like a revelation and more like an indictment. The air itself was tight, heavy, making it hard to breathe. Ilara was the first to break. Her voice was raw, uneven, and higher than usual. What was that? Tell me I'm not the only one who saw it. You saw it, Sigurd muttered, though his eyes never left the blood-scrawled wall. She whirled on Kaelin. You know those words, don't you? You must. They sounded like something taught, not just madness. Kaelin's face was taut with strain. He swallowed hard. They were familiar, but I can't recall the source. A litany, a scripture, maybe, something buried in the archives, his jaw locked. It is forbidden to forget, but I have forgotten, or someone has made me forget. The admission rang hollow, dangerous. Ilara's panic cracked open. Then that's it. We turn back. We take this to the king. Sigurd, don't you see? If this is what she left behind, we shouldn't be here. This is too much for us. Sigurd finally tore his eyes from the wall and fixed them on her. His voice was low, but steady, iron against her unraveling. And what would you have me say to Roland? that his dearest friend left behind blood and curses in her wake, that we spoke with a being the church would see burned. He'd cut me down before the words left my mouth. You don't know that, she snapped, though her voice wavered with doubt. I do, he said, firmer, and so do you. The silence after was brittle, sharp enough to cut. Darcy had quietly busied herself at the edges of the room, dusting the cracked stone desk, shaking ash from half-burned cushions, and spreading what cloth she could salvage across the floor. The motions were practical, almost ritual, as though making the place inhabitable could keep the weight of what they'd seen from pressing them flat. Ilara huffed, half in anger, half in despair, and spun away from them. Her boot struck against a fallen stone. She stumbled. And Kalen surged forward, instinct carrying him, one arm out to steady her. But the moment his hand touched her arm, a jolt tore through him. His holy sigil burned white-hot for an instant before flickering weakly, drained, as though some unseen hand had tugged at its core. The ground shuddered beneath them. The blood-written wall cracked. Slowly, agonizingly, the center gave way, crumbling into itself until a hollow stood where stone had been. And from it emerged the shell. It was not flesh, not bone, not anything meant for mortal eyes. A single spiral structure, smooth and impossibly pale, curled outward like the skeleton of a world yet unborn. Its surface seemed to drink the light around it, leaving its orbs of magic dimmer. It did not move like a creature, but it was present, breathing without lungs. Its presence was weight, pressure, inevitability. The whispers began. Father. Sigurd froze. The voice was Linnea's, soft, familiar. Her laughter was hidden in its cadence. It cracked him wide open, a blade twisting in old wounds. His breath hitched, and for a moment his feet moved of their own accord, dragging him closer. But Ilara heard nothing kind. For her, the voice was shrill, jagged, like glass splintering through bone. It screamed her name with hate, spat venom into her ears until she clutched her head and gasped, "Stop it. Get it away from me." Kalen staggered back, eyes wide. Yet to him, the voice was steady, calm, commanding in its familiarity. "Stand tall, Kalen. You are chosen. You are a shield." It was the voice of a named paladin he had once admired, a mentor long dead. The voice he had always yearned to hear again, now alive, resonant, and undeniable. His grip on his blade faltered. The shell pulsed once more. With every beat, their wards dimmed, their breath grew shallow, their bodies remembered fear. The ruin trembled as dust rained down, the sound of stones straining against something greater. "Come," the shell whispered, each of them hearing it in the voice that cut deepest. "Come with me." No one answered. But all three of them took an involuntary step back. The whispers burrowed deep, twisting differently for each of them. For Sigurd, it was Linnea's voice, soft and fragile, as if calling him from another shore. For Ilara, it was a shrill command to leave, to flee, to never return. For Kalen, it was steady and calm, the tone of a mentor, telling him to hold the line, to protect. Sigurd clenched his jaw. "I've heard this before," he said quietly, "and I lost her because I froze." He stepped forward, not pulled by the voice but by grim memory. I won't freeze again. Kaelin's hand shifted to his sword. The phantom voice pressed down on him. Be a shield. Do not falter. He fell in beside Sigurd, steady as a wall. Then I'll guard your step. Alara's panic broke into sharp desperation. You're both insane. You can't walk toward it. Her breath came shallow, uneven. If you won't save yourselves, then I'll. She spun and bolted. But her stride dragged strangely heavy, as though her boots had sunk into invisible mire. Sigurd and Kaelin both staggered backward at the same moment, their bodies pulled in unnatural sympathy, forced to give ground as she tore away. Alara froze mid-step, realization crashing through her like ice. Her eyes widened. What was that? Sigurd tested it, deliberately stepping forward. Kaelin and Alara both lurched with him, dragged in half a pace before they caught themselves. It's not the shell, Kaelin said grimly, sheathing his blade with a harsh snap. It's us. We're bound to each other. Alara clutched her arms to her chest, trembling. This is impossible. She tried to step back, slow this time, and watched in horror as the others shifted unwillingly to offset her. It's like a leash. The air hung heavy. For a heartbeat, no one spoke. Then Darcy's voice broke through. She had been kneeling by the far wall, clearing ash and rubble, setting aside broken glass to make the chamber safer. Now she stood, her face pale but composed. Her words were flat, unflinching. Your way out is gone. They turned to her. Darcy's eyes flicked to the sealed archway they'd entered through. The stone shimmered faintly now, not with light, but with the dull sheen of magic like glass hardened over fire. The door you came through, it's sealed. I didn't hear it close, but it's not there anymore. The dread sank deeper than the marrow. They tested the tether again, each movement dragging the others, the invisible weight never loosening. Sigurd's voice was barely above a whisper. Then there's only one way left. The shell pulsed. The ruin seemed to breathe, and the only path before them was the one it had set. The whole chamber seemed to pulse, slow and heavy, as if the ruin itself carried a heartbeat. None of them could tell if it was in the walls, in the shell, or in their own blood. The only certainty was that something vast and unseen was awake with them. Alara, still trembling, finally found her voice. Then tell me, her brow furrowed, eyes darting between Sigurd and the shell, how do you even know that thing? Sigurd's reply was low, almost a growl. Because it's the same thing that took my daughter from me, 4 years ago, the very object Alicia was studying. Alara's breath caught. Her fear sharpened into words. That shell is a door to hell. Kaelin spat to the side, his face tight with loathing. Call it what you want. Trap, curse, demons, bait. But there's nothing we can do about it. The only path forward is through. His tone darkened, bitter. If this is Seraphine's design, then she's dragged us exactly where she wanted. At that name, Darcy's ears twitched. Her gaze flicked briefly to Sigurd, then to the shell, but her expression betrayed nothing. You met Seraphine? She asked carefully, her voice a calm contrast to the unease in her eyes. Sigurd gave a short nod. She gave us truths about the church, lies of peace built on sacrifice, and she restored Alicia's journal. He hesitated, frowning at the question. Why does that matter to you? Darcy said nothing more. She lowered her gaze, quiet as ever, though her silence felt heavier than her words could have been. The calm mask she wore only made the storm beneath it more certain. They stood together, listening to the pulsing quiet, until the weight of indecision became unbearable. There was no choice left. Either they moved forward of their own will, or the abyss itself would draw them in. And none of them dared imagine what it would mean if it chose for them. Wordlessly, they turned to the shell, and with dread thick as blood, they began their march toward the dark door. They walked not as a group, but as prisoners bound in silence, their every step yoked together by the unseen tether. The ruin pulsed with them, the floor beneath their boots throbbing faintly as if echoing a distant, diseased heart. The whispers pressed on, needling their resolve. Sigurd heard Linnea's voice, fragile and bright, reaching from across a gulf of years. "Father, please, don't let me go again." Alara's ears burned with a shriek. "Flee, now. Leave them behind before the dark takes you too." Kaelin alone heard steadiness, the voice of a mentor long dead, instructing him in that unshakable cadence. Stand fast, guard them, hold the line. The shell waited at the end of their march, gleaming faintly in the half-light. Then, without sound or shatter, it folded inward, like a flower closing in reverse, collapsing into a thin seam of light that widened into an archway. The air around it shivered. They halted. The tether drew tight, urging them forward, and in grim silence they crossed the threshold. The moment they entered, the difference sank into their skin. The air here did not move, it pressed. Thick, cold, weighty, as though they had stepped into the lungs of something that had been holding its breath for centuries. The walls were unscarred stone, veined with lines of faint silver that pulsed irregularly, like veins carrying blood. Strange glyphs coiled across them, half buried under layers of ash that had settled but never burned. The place smelled of old iron, of dust too heavy to disturb. Their footsteps rang hollow, too loud, as though the chamber disapproved of sound. At the center stood a stone table, its surface etched with glyphs so faint they seemed half-erased by time, yet their patterns whispered of a tale too grim to hold in daylight. Even the blood that once fed them had dried to a colorless husk, as though memory itself had recoiled from what was written there. Upon that altar lay a single tome, vast, leather-bound, its edges charred but miraculously intact. The cover was scarred with ancient markings that wound across it like veins, glistening faintly red, as if pulsing with a life that refused to fade. From those veins sprouted threads of tarnished gold, branching outward in intricate patterns until they converged at the book's edge. There, a massive lock of blackened metal bound it shut, cold and absolute. At the lock's heart yawned a hollow, spiral upon spiral etched into its surface, twisting in impossible geometries. To look at it too long was to feel the ground tilt beneath your feet, as though the spirals were not mere carvings but a hungry maw, tugging at the edges of the soul, promising an endless cycle without end. Ilara hugged herself, her breath shallow. This place, it feels like it's still alive. Kaelin's gaze shifted, not to the book, but to the far wall. His lips thinned as his hand tightened on his hilt. There, spanning the entire breadth of the chamber, loomed a structure that was not quite door and not quite wall. Its surface was black stone, its height towering beyond sight, and across it ran threads of pale light that pulsed slowly arrhythmic, as if listening or waiting. It was a large gate, one they hadn't seen, yet knew all too well from memory and dread. The gate of the abyss. The recognition was unspoken, but it settled in all of them, heavy as a verdict. Darcy shifted closer, the soft glow of the orbs she carried throwing long, thin shadows across her face. Her lips parted, but no words came. Only the faint flick of her ears betrayed her unease, as though she, too, could hear the gate listening. Sigurd stepped forward, his eyes locked not on the gate but on the tome. His hand hovered over it, trembling in confusion. "What?" His voice was rough, breaking the suffocating stillness. "And is this? It feels like a darkness that suffocates the light." The tether tugged at them, dragging Ilara, Kaelin, and Darcy in tight until the four of them stood crowded around the table, as though the archive itself demanded witness. Darcy lowered the orbs between them, their glow flickering against the blood-dark veins of the tome. She whispered, barely audible, its waiting. Sigurd lowered his palm to the cover. The tome shuddered under his touch. And the chamber, silent until now, seemed to breathe. The chamber kept its breath. Even the old veins in the walls seemed hushed, as if listening to something far beneath the stone. Around the stone table, the four of them stood close enough that their shoulders brushed, the tether forgotten in the single focus that gathered them. The lock, black and hungry, spirals eating the light. Sigurd ran his fingers along the tarnished metal bands as if reading a pulse. The spirals were not mere ornament. They were a script, ancient, folded geometry that resisted comprehension. When he pressed the journal into the light, the ink of Alicia's hand reflected like a private compass. "Ilara," he said without looking up, "stand where the glyphs on the table converge. Not there, closer. The pattern she drew is a counterpoint to the spiral. We'll need to echo it with living mana." Ilara's hands trembled, but she obeyed. Her palms hovered over the pale lines Alicia had traced into the stone. Kaelin, throat tight, set both hands on his sword as if to steady himself. Darcy crouched low by the book, the orbs over her palms tilting like two small suns. Sigurd opened the restored journal at the seam where Alicia had scrawled in a hurried hand, the passage they'd found after Sira's impossible gift. His voice was level, but each word landed with weight. "The lock is a containment ward," he read, "not to protect a thing from time, but from intent. It will only yield when the conduit of the thing it binds approaches. The key is not metal or sigil alone, it is recognition. The shell completes the spiral. The prisoner opens to the prison." Ilara looked up, her face slack. "The shell as a key," she whispered. "You mean that thing?" Sigurd's jaw worked. He saw, for a second, the little girl on the sand again, Linnea with the spiral shell cupped to her ear, and the memory hardened to resolve. Kaelin's mouth opened and closed. "So this is why Alicia was condemned," he said, voice thin. "They accused her of seeking the keys to things meant for the gods." He glanced at Sigurd as if expecting reproach. The look he received was instead flat hunger for truth. Then why was she condemned without trial? Sigurd asked. The question had the shape of an accusation. Kaelin's hands went white on the hilt. He had defended the church with the certainty of doctrine. Now its foundations showed hairline cracks. His voice came thin because we were taught to obey. The paladins are given command, not proofs. We act on the oracle's word. We are not permitted to pry into the vaults. That is the duty we were trained for. He looked up, and in the beaten light there was no triumph, only a wounded, stubborn fidelity. The church is not a belligerent order bent on war. It claims neutrality, the god's voice, a guardian of rights and of balance. Our supply of true holy warriors is limited. The oracle never intended a campaign of slaughter. We defend belief and preserve the rituals that keep the world steady. That is what I believed. Silence followed, sharp, shameful. Ilara's breath was a thin rope. Sigurd watched Kaelin carefully. There was no triumph in his face now, only a mourning that resembled the slow loss of trust. "Then this is nothing less than institutional fear," Ilara said. Her voice had the brittle quality of a snapped wire. They branded her so the question would stop. They kept us obedient. Kaelin bowed his head, the soldier's armor of conviction dulled. I will not pretend I knew," he admitted. "I believed. I thought I kept the kingdom safe." Now he closed his mouth. Sigurd folded the journal shut and, for the first time in months, allowed himself to be a man moved by more than grief. By consequence. "We cannot keep reaching for half-answers," he said. "If Alicia left the lock like this, she meant for someone like us, someone who would read, not burn. We finish what she began." Ilara met his eyes. "That finishes nothing if we unleash what we don't understand." "We will summon the key," Sigurd answered. "We will witness it. We will not serve the church's silence any longer." He set the journal on the table and traced the counter-runic lattice Alicia had annotated. Her marginalia, single, neat strokes, folded the table's glyphs into a sequence. It was elegant in its brutality. Darcy spoke for the first time, voice quiet and unexpectedly sure. "If the shell appears, I will steady the light." She rose and shifted the orbs until their glow lay flat and even across the metal lock. The light made the spiral hollows sparkle like a throat. Ilara's fingers moved to her rune-etching tools. "We do this together," she said, though the tremor in her grip betrayed her fear. "We bind the consequences. We do not let it free, ever." They prepared. Sigurd and Ilara aligned Alicia's counter-pattern to the lattice in the stone. Ilara's mana bled into the carved channels, humming low. Sigurd matched the phase of its pulse with a hand on the journal, feeling the old archivist's work like a metronome. Kaelin readied himself to break whatever emerged. If he still believed the church's cause, he would first defend his comrades. They began the counter-incantation in no formal order. Ilara's quiet hum, Sigurd's taut measurements, Darcy's steadying breath. The pattern pulsed under their hands, a hunger meeting a hunger. The spirals of the lock answered with a faint thrumming like a bell heard through water. At the point where Alicia's notes had been annotated, Sigurd felt the air pull, a small, terrible suction. The shell's memory, or the shell itself, surveyed them at a distance in the bones of the room. Then, as if sewn into being, the shell glided in. It did not arrive with noise. It slid into the chamber like a shadow that had learned to breathe. The surface was the same smooth spiral Sigurd remembered on the beach, but now its color was wrong, scaled with ash, rimmed in the dull sheen of old iron. It moved with an intelligence that was not malice, but necessity. It followed the script of the spiral and clicked into the hollow at the heart of the lock. The sound when it sat in the lock was a small, final thing, an old hinge folding shut. A hiss rose like wind released from a long cave. The metal bands sprang with ancient mechanics, the lock uncoiling with the exhalation of a thing that had slept a long while. The shell withdrew just as quietly as it had come, sliding back into the seam where it had erupted from the wall, and the seam closed as if nothing had been there. The room exhaled with it, or perhaps it fared a breath Sigurd had not known he'd been holding. The lock gave. The metal bands separated enough to reveal a narrow seam of light at the edge of the tome. Inside, the pages inhaled, slow, deliberate, then exhaled, a human breath made paper. The motion was almost uncanny. The leaves rose and fell as though the book had lungs of vellum. When the first page rolled open, the ink that formed the lines was not ordinary black. It bled from the page itself, letters written in the dark lacquer of aged blood that glistened under Darcy's light. The table hummed underfoot. The air tasted of iron and old promise. Kaelin's hand lifted, then dropped to his sword. He did not speak. His face had the drawn look of a man whose certainties had been cleaved. Ilara swallowed, the color gone from her lips. "This is what Alicia feared," she whispered. "A book meant to be read only by something that can bear what it tells." Darcy reached forward and set two steady fingers on the cover. Her touch was small but deliberate, the quietest anchor in the room. Sigurd laid his palm over hers, feeling the tremor beneath her skin. "Then we read together," he said. They had summoned the key. The lock had answered. Beyond the binding, the pages waited, alive or lethal, the margin between covenant and curse. The tome opened fully. The chamber answered with a breath that was not wind but memory. Ink in dried blood unfurled across the first leaf, and the lines Alicia had copied, lines that echoed the prologue in a lullaby of ruin, rose like a verdict. We watched, not with judgment, but with aching hearts, as the world, once a tapestry woven with the vibrant threads of justice, frayed into chaos. Every eye in the chamber read the bloodied words at once. The sentence sat like a wound, and the silence that followed was not emptiness, but the instant before the world remembered how to scream. Then Sigurd's fingers, trembling, turned a further margin. There, less a page and more a last, deliberate note, Alicia had left a warning. Her cramped hand, smaller than the blood script, folded into a line that felt like a folded blade. Woe to the one who breaks at the edges, shedding blood for what needs water. Heed the name that walks with wings. Call her not a simple thing. Seraphine moves in the ranks of those whose light once wore crowns. The sentence was a riddle and a charge, equal parts grief and accusation. The ink almost seemed to pulse faintly, as if echoing the chamber's distant heartbeat. The tome breathed. Each turn of its pages was not paper on air, but flesh drawing breath, slow and deliberate, as if the book itself had been waiting centuries for lungs to fill. The letters shimmered darkly under Darcy's light, lines written in a lacquer that gleamed faintly wet, though centuries had passed. Blood, always blood. Sigurd leaned closer, jaw tight. His eyes moved quickly, his voice rough as he read aloud the jagged script. The abyss was not made by gods. It was sealed by sacrifice, not with gold nor with stone, but with the veins of the angel who broke the covenant. Seraphine's blood marked the gate, and by it the lock endures. The words rippled into silence. Alara staggered back, color draining from her face. Seraphine, an angel. Kaelin's hand went to his sword, though his grip shook. Impossible. She was branded heretic, traitor. Every scripture says so. But it was Darcy who shattered first. Her orb light wavered as her hands trembled, then balled into fists. Her ears flattened, her calm stripped raw in an instant. No, she cried, the sound splitting sharply against the stone. That is a lie. Seraphine has never once given herself to anyone. She does not bleed for others. She uses them, discards them, twists them into playthings. Pawn and board both, her voice cracked into fury. She would never. She could never. Her words broke into silence, as the chamber itself seemed to tighten. The light of the orbs flickered, and the glyphs carved into the walls pulsed once, like a single heartbeat echoing too close to the ear. The air thickened, pressing them down. And then she was there. Not summoned, not conjured, simply present, as though she had always been in the room, waiting for the right word to call her shape into focus. Seraphine stood at the far edge of the table, clothed in regalia no mortal kingdom could weave. Her mantle was white, edged in gold, yet tarnished where shadow ate the light. Her wings unfurled once, feathers pale as bone, tips dipped in dusk, then folded neatly as though ceremony demanded stillness. Her eyes, two wells of unlit sky, fell upon them with a gaze equal parts sorrow and disappointment. Her voice came low, threaded with the weight of ages. You were not meant to read this. The air stilled. Even the tome's breathing paused, as though it bowed to her presence. Alara's voice cracked against the silence. How did you get here? Her arms crossed defensively, though the tether yanked her one pace nearer the angel. Kaelin's sword hissed half-drawn. Demon, deceiver. Sigurd did not move. He locked his eyes on her, and for the first time since Alicia's death, his voice carried challenge without restraint. Then why give us the journal? Why place the book in reach if you never wanted us to know? Seraphine's gaze slid to him, cool as dusk. She sighed, and the sound carried not weariness but disappointment, like a teacher scolding a child who had missed the lesson. Because I wanted you to heed Alicia's warnings, not to pierce what should remain veiled. She flicked her hand. The journal tore itself from Sigurd's grasp, floating smoothly through the air as though it had never been his. He clenched his fists, but the tether bound him from pursuit. The book settled in her grasp with the ease of something returning home. Her wings tilted forward, casting half the chamber into shadow as she opened the journal, not to the page Sigurd had read, but one further on, where Alicia's hand had grown frantic. The ink slanted uneven, as if written in haste or fear. "Look," Seraphine said softly, and turned the pages so the glow of Darcy's orbs illuminated the script. The lines bled across the parchment, Alicia's panic almost audible in her strokes. "I was wrong. The blood cannot be contained by ritual. It leaks. It listens. I have opened something I cannot mend. If you read this, stop. Do not search deeper. Do not try to bind what was loosed through me. I cannot." The ink ended in a jagged streak, as if the quill had snapped. The silence that followed was worse than sound. Darcy's face had gone pale, her lips pressed so tightly they were bloodless. Her body quivered as though resisting a pull stronger than the tether. She whispered, voice ragged, "This is all wrong. All of it. You can't." Her denial broke as her eyes darted between the angel and the words. "She never loved us. She never loved anyone." Seraphine's eyes softened, though it was not kindness. It was the pity of something that had outlived too many denials. And yet here you are, reading what should never have been read. The gate pulsed once, the pale veins along its surface flaring brighter for a single instant. The air pressed down. The truth had only begun. The chamber froze around her. Every eye fixed on Seraphine as she stepped forward, the journal trailing behind her like a tether of its own. The tome she had seized drifted lazily in her wake, pages fluttering as though stirred by an invisible breeze. Her feet made no sound on the stone, yet each step pressed heavier on the room, as if the archive itself bowed to her tread. Darcy was the first to move. Her hands clenched so tightly around her orbs that their glow fractured into restless shards of gold. "I thought your goal was to save Alicia." Her voice rang sharp, brittle as glass. Seraphine's eyes flicked to her, unreadable. It was. She did not pause in her stride. I tried to, but the abyss claimed her long before I arrived. Her blood was already part of its bargain. Sigurd turned, shock carving itself across his face. "Darcy, how do you know her intentions?" For a moment, silence cracked the chamber. Then Seraphine's lips curved faintly, the ghost of a smile not born of joy but inevitability. She shrugged, almost lightly, because she was the first to see through my guise. Her wings shifted once, scattering light across the glyphs. Sira's seal, heavenly seraph. The name was always a mask, but your maid was clever enough to peel it away. Kaelin spat the name like poison, a title you lost, stripped from you because you were unfit for the gods. Seraphine stopped. The laugh that slipped from her throat was cold, cruel, stripped of anything resembling mirth. It rang against the walls like breaking glass. Gods. The word twisted in her mouth. She leaned forward, her voice a hiss. You mean the cowards who tucked their tails and fled. They who made you favored you, and when their darling children turned to ruin, they ran. They left their thrones empty and their creation burning. Her voice cut deeper with each word, the fury beneath her calm unraveling. Do not speak to me of gods. Kalen's face tightened with fury. His sword rang free in a flare of sigils, the steel alive with white fire. Lies, do not dare call the gods cowards. It was your rebellion, your disobedience, that made you a fallen angel. The air shifted. Seraphine's eyes ignited, two pits of blinding brilliance veined with shadow. She advanced, slow and steady, each step a drumbeat of dread. Her voice was no longer smooth. It was a growl edged with thunder. What harm do you think you can inflict on me with borrowed power? Do you think the gods left you their strength freely? Her aura broke loose. It rolled out like a tide, darkness, but not empty. It was warm, almost soothing, a comfort that pressed against their skin, wrapping like silk and iron both. It was the wrongness of contradictions, heaven's balm tainted by the abyss's hunger. Ilara stumbled back, bile rising in her throat. What is this? Enough, Darcy's cry rang sharp, her orbs flaring brighter until her outline was a silhouette carved in gold. I don't care for your wars or your curses. I want the truth. Seraphine stopped, turning her gaze slowly to her. The shift in her expression was small, but her words carried something that silenced the chamber. You've always been impatient. Ever since you were a child, you wanted answers before you had the strength to bear them. Darcy's mask shattered. Her voice, so often steady and quiet, snapped into rawness. And where were you when I needed them? Where were you when I was a child? Silence did not so much fall as compress, like air being forced into a smaller, colder room. Seraphine's shadow stretched across the stone, and the four of them seemed diminished inside it, each pulled taut by questions they could not unask. If you mean a mother as the one who merely dragged me into this world, then yes, Darcy said, her voice low, cut with venom. Anything beyond that, she loses the title. Seraphine did not flinch. She let the words hang, brittle in the charged air, before turning her gaze to Sigurd. Her eyes narrowed with quiet amusement. I see you grasped for answers and caught only thorns. Kalen stepped forward, his blade lifted, the sigils along its edge glowing faintly. How did you get here? Where even is this place? Seraphine's answer was almost bored. You stand where darkness was born. Sigurd's jaw tightened. What do you mean, born? Darcy spat the words before Seraphine could drift into evasion. Answer plainly. We've no patience for your riddles. For a moment, Seraphine's lips curved as if she might laugh. Instead, she sighed, resignation softening her tone. Very well, welcome to the gate of the abyss. Ilara's breath caught in her throat, the word heavier when spoken aloud. Sigurd's voice broke the stillness. We can see the gate. That much is clear. But what is the abyss? Seraphine's reply came smoothly, simply, and unyieldingly. The abyss is not a place. It is a wound, raw and gaping. The fracture of darkness so vast the gods themselves deemed it irreparable. Kalen's sword shook faintly in his grip. Irreparable. That cannot be. For gods, nothing is impossible. Her eyes flicked to him, bright and cruel in their patience. Ah, humanity. You always measured your worth by the favor of your makers. You were once their pride, their chosen, the ones they cherished above all others. And so, thinking yourselves untouchable, you tried to wield what even they dared not mend. Sigurd's voice cut in, low and sharp. What do you mean by that? Instead of answering directly, Seraphine tilted her head. Tell me, what are demons? Alara spoke without hesitation, clinging to the truth she had always known. The non-human races, the beasts, the elves, the fae, that's what every record says. Seraphine's smile thinned, hollow of mirth. Yes, that was the justice man coined for himself, to name what you feared, what you wished to conquer. But the truth is simpler. The true demons lie beyond these gates. Kalen stepped forward, shaking his head. Even the church archives affirm what Alara said. It has always been the foundation that demons walk among us, clothed in other flesh. Her gaze snapped to him, sharp as a blade. That is the surface doctrine, a convenient mask. Tell me, Paladin, have you ever read the deeper archives? Ever heard the word demon fall from the oracle's lips? Kalen froze. His sword did not lower, but the color drained from his face. No, he admitted hoarsely, not once. Because they cannot speak it, Seraphine said. Her tone was neither mocking nor kind, but final. They cannot correct the wrong because they are bound. Intervention is beyond them. Confusion rippled through the group. Sigurd's brow furrowed, his voice taut. Bound by what? Seraphine lifted her hand, and the shadows of the chamber seemed to bend toward it. She pointed, not at them, not at the tome, but at the vast black gate spanning the wall. That, she said, her voice carrying like a verdict. The gate is no mere passage. It is a seal. Testament to the last thread we dared weave for this world, myself and the oracle, not the gods. They had already turned their backs, and it fell to us to bind what leaked through. A chill spread in Sigurd's chest, but he pressed on. If the abyss is a wound, then how did it form? Seraphine's expression changed, the faintest crack in her composure. Words will not suffice. It is easier to show you. The archive fell away like smoke. Stone unstitched itself and memory poured through it, an enacted history rather than a lecture. The four watchers became still and spare as a play's audience, pressed against the edge of a scene that had once been living flesh. The sky they saw was wrong in a way their bones understood before their minds. The sun hung bloated and blood-colored. Wind carried salt and ash. It carried the thin, hungry scent of a world bleeding out. Figures moved beneath low clouds that were not clouds, but the curling black of entropy, drifting like carrion over ruin. Light came then, pure and cold as a blade. Seraphine descended with the dignity of a falling dawn. Gold halo, silver hair, a staff crowned with 7 rubies, each glittering like a promise, rested in her hand. Her eyes were hard gold. Angels trailed her, terrible and stately, each bearing a trumpet in a different hue. When the first trumpet sounded, it was as if the world had learned a new name for sorrow. The note lifted, and every creature that heard it stilled and turned its face toward her. Seraphine stood on a rise and read aloud. Her voice did not shout, it carried, and the plane took her words like rain. The lament uncoiled from her mouth. Not sermon, not plea, but a catalogue of grief, each line a wound. Birds ceased their flight and tilted their heads. Scavengers paused mid-step as if understanding the grammar of doom. When she finished, the trumpets answered. 7 long, freighted calls that rolled like thunder and then fell silent. One of the angels near her, a stern-faced sister of light whose expression was always half smile and half worry, nudged Seraphine with a wingtip. "You will not keep this as a cry on the wind," she said, voice threaded with warmth. "Go to them. Speak plainly. Offer terms. They are human. They will bargain if you show them mercy." Seraphine's laugh startled the watchers in the archive. A real, warm sound that warred with the tightness around her mouth that they had always seen. They never knew Seraphine had emotions as soft as these. "Always practical, little one," she said. Her hand found the staff as if steadying not the rod but herself. "Very well. If mouths will not hear prophecy, I will speak with hands that can change things." Seraphine said. Down she walked alone. The angels stayed above, a bright chorus watching her go, their trumpets folded. She crossed plains of cinder into the ragged outskirts of a citadel that had once called itself mercy and law. The closer she came, the more the streets pressed her, children with hollow cheeks, mothers with patched cloths, gutters thick with the residue of frantic survival. The sight pulled at her like a physical ache. Her jaw tightened once. Then she straightened, and the sort of sorrow that compels action hardened into resolve. The king and the pope received her in polished marble. The king, an ancestor of those in the chronicles, all charm wrapped round a cunning core, saw an opportunity and set it like a feast before himself. The pope bowed with the trained benevolence of a man used to turning prayer into advantage. "Angel," the king said, his voice the smooth coin of courtly welcome, "we are humbled to find a hand extended. Tell us what is needed. We will help." Seraphine's gaze swept the hall, then fixed on the two of them. "You have made this wound," she said without the softness she had shown the poor in the streets. "Forsake your experiments. Stop what tears the world. If you do, the fracture can be stitched. If you continue." The Pope interrupted with the sweetness of someone offering comfort before striking. "We act for the good of many. Our work saves the poor. We refine life's essence and give it purpose. Do you ask us to abandon those we help?" "Show me," Seraphine said. She had come to spend not only words but time. The king's eyes glittered like the quicksilver of a trap sprung. They led her underground with smiles as company. Stone warmed to human commerce, candles threw tidy light. Seraphine's shoulders carried the weight of anger and the hope that she might turn a wrong by touching it. The room they showed her was organized like a workshop of miracles. Consoles hummed. Spirals of glass rotated. The technicians, men in sober robes, spoke of calibrations and yields in voices that treated living things like instruments. "Observe," the king murmured, indulgent. "We extract only what is necessary. Our machines give us the measure to grant life back where it is lacking. Seraphine stepped between rude racks and instruments, curiosity tightening. Her staff glowed faintly. Her angel's distant presence prickled against her skin. Then she saw the cages. They had called them conduits, matrices. The rack nearest her held a small winged form, a fairy, its hands the size of leaves. Another stall contained a being taller than a man with soft, luminous skin, and beyond that an angel's wing, broken and stitched to a spike of crystal that labored like a heart. Thin tubing ran like vines from veins into the glass spirals. The spirals ate light and breathed a humming ether that the consoles translated into numbers. Seraphine caught the name of the process: refinement, concentration, transference, yet the meaning was immediate, life being siphoned into a lattice keyed to power men. Her shoulders rose, her voice became steel. You told me healing. This is theft. You use them as engines. The king's smile did not falter. We choose sacrifice for the many, one life for thousands. She moved like a gust. A hand lifted. A sweep of ether shattered a console. In that instant, angels above flared luminous and moved as one to free what they could. Men threw themselves into the mechanisms, scrambling to protect their apparatus. The sound of alarms joined the hum of the spirals like iron meeting wind. A figure stepped into the doorway, calm, precise, and wrapped in midnight robes. Seraphine recognized the bearing without needing the face. It was the angel she had often called sister in other days, the lieutenant who once stood with her among the high orders. But the gait was wrong, too measured, as if slipped into place by strings. Sister, Seraphine said, as much a question as a greeting. The woman inclined her head with a grace that had become a menace. Her palms were bright with runes that burned a disciplined white. The technicians at the consoles murmured incantations and moved with mechanical devotion. Instruments hummed and fed the woman's runes with an architecture of control. The thing that made Seraphine's chest hollow was not venom, but recognition of a face betrayed to a purpose not her own. You were expected, the sister said. Her voice was distant, articulated at a remove. We cannot let this become chaos. You speak for them, Seraphine said, iron in her tone. You twisted a path of guardianship into chains. Those chains protect the rest, the sister replied. Her words were calm as frost. The wound will not be allowed to widen. The measure is precise. Seraphine stepped forward, her staff rising. An angel at her shoulder flared and surged toward the sister. But before the winged being could close the distance, the technicians released something small and bright, a keyed sigil that slid like a puppet's hand into the sister's palm. Her expression thinned. Whatever shadow had been upon her slipped into place like fitted armor. From the consoles, the men began to speak, not of science but of kingship. The king's face shone with triumph as the technicians adjusted gauges and murmured their final calibrations. You speak of sacrifice, the king said, stepping forward so his opulent robe caught Seraphine's light. He did not hide his hunger, but we serve the living. Imagine a throne graced with the knowledge you wield, no empire, no contest. A mortal crowned with the heavens' craft. Seraphine's laugh was a bark. You would take the flame from a life to kindle your crown. You speak of kingship and call it salvation. You underestimate what a sovereign can do, the Pope said. One who rules the earth and the heavens might truly end war. The sister's hands tightened, and her eyes glazed for a fraction. She moved like someone obeying orders written along her bones. Seraphine's anger broke open. She struck at the instruments again, trying to shatter the lattices that fed the conduits. Jets of ether tore glass into glitter. Warnings flared red. The technicians had been ready. Ribbons of light laced the room and slid under Seraphine's boots. The sister advanced, not with the freedom of a child of light, but with the stifled step of the controlled. When her palm touched Seraphine's arm, it was not to embrace, but to hold her in place. Runes along the sister's fingers flared and leapt like sparks. The energy that crossed seemed to staunch Seraphine rather than wound her. It was the binding of a smith, precise and painful. "Do not make me your martyr," the sister said through a voice that was not wholly her own. Seraphine's wings beat. A sound like a bell cracked the chamber. She tried to rise above the cords of the lab and sweep the sister free, but technicians' wards had been cast in the very stone. Circuits hummed in geometric rhythm, tuned to resonate with angelic harmonics and twist them into shackles. The sister's face flickered with something like regret or memory, but the technicians fed the control grid with crystals and ritual until the sister's motion became execution. One technician laughed quietly. "We take an instrument and make it a lock," he said. "We will not be undone by mercy." The king's voice, low and terrible, cut in. "Extract her power, not to break her mind, but to borrow her strength. We will raise one man to stand among the gods. He will command allegiance from below and dictate to the heavens. That is our ambition. You, angel, will be the mold." Seraphine's response was a word that had in it all the grief of betrayed love. "No." The sister's eyes, suddenly clear for one jag, held Seraphine. In that microsecond, the watchers in the archive heard the whisper of two old vows collapsing. Then the technicians struck with the last refinement. A lattice of cold light that ran along the sister's sternum and clicked into place, the pattern of obedience and channeling they had perfected. The sister's body arced. Something like a bell in her chest tolled, and the sound was the sound of giving up. Seraphine moved then with every ounce of the fury of a being who had loved and been betrayed. She wrenched at the bonds and shattered two conduits. The air filled with the labored cries of freed creatures. A small winged thing tumbled into Seraphine's arms and fluttered like a reed. But the room had been prepared for the contingency of resistance. The technicians activated emergency sigils, and the spirals drank with renewed hunger. A seam of light opened in the floor, and a mechanism drew a piece of Seraphine's aura into itself, an invasive scythe that took and cubed brilliance into measurable portions. The sister's movements stilled with a pained, automatic grace. She turned as if the command in her palm required that she end the struggle. The king stepped closer, his eyes alight with the reflection of lamp and crystal. "You are both naive and courageous," he said to Seraphine. "You gave us the chance to be better. We simply made the choice to be greater." Seraphine's lips went white. Her hand found the staff, and she thrust it down as if to smash the very heart of the machine. The staff glowed with a desperate light, silver and hot. The sister, controlled and steady, raised her palm against Seraphine. The technicians intoned like priests of a new religion. Darcy, watching in the archive, let out the single sound that had been building in her throat ever since the first flicker of glass, an animal cry that wanted to wrench the scene apart. Alara's fingers dug into Sigurd's sleeve. Kaelin's face had gone iron-sick. Sigurd's hands trembled as the vision showed adults making a bargain with a god's kindness. The sister's palm met Seraphine's chest. A noise like 1,000 pages turning filled the lab. The staff's light guttered. Seraphine's wings sagged with an elf-like rustle. She did not fall to the floor, her form held, statuesque and wounded, yet something in her bright core had been clipped. The conduit had not yet finished its work, but the technicians had succeeded in proving a principle. The will of an angel could be bent into a machine's hinge. The king laughed softly. "Power is choice," he said. "Men do not need angels when they can fold angels into instruments." The archive pressed itself back into being, the vision dissolving into stone and shadow. The book still breathed on the table, the blood script still glistening. Seraphine stood with them, her presence filling the chamber, her robe uncreased. Only her eyes betrayed her, once gold, now blood red, and behind that red a flicker of grief too old to name. Darcy's voice cracked the silence first. It was not an accusation, but it carried the weight of centuries of wounds. "They chained your own sister. They forced her to turn on you to bleed your power for their throne." Her hand trembled at her side, but she forced the words. "I pity you for that. No one deserves that betrayal." The light of her orbs caught her face, softening it, but her next breath hardened to iron. "But pity doesn't erase the fact that you abandoned me. You left me as nothing more than a piece in your game. Don't think a tragedy from a long time ago makes you a mother now." Seraphine's jaw tightened. The old veneer of indifference held, but there was a crack, the faintest tremor in her hand which rested on the table. "I never wished her fate upon her," she said, voice low. "They bent her will, made her subdue me while their kings and priests drank from my strength. She was my blood, my sister, and I was powerless to free her." The words hung like ash. That wound does not close, no matter how long the years stretch. Alara shook her head slowly, confusion pulling at her features. If what we saw was real. Her eyes darted from the tome to Seraphine. "Then everything the church has taught, what we grew up believing, is a mask. All this time, angels chained, the abyss born of man's hand, a king coveting the throne of heaven. How can any of it be true?" Kaelin's silence was the heaviest. His sword hand clenched, but there was no fury in his grip, only a hollow tremor. "All my life," he said finally, voice raw, "I trusted the church to be the wall that kept us from chaos. I believed its neutrality was proof of its purity, that we served the will of the gods." His breath came unevenly. "But if this is true, then we are guardians of a lie. Soldiers drilled to protect a silence we were never even allowed to question." His eyes fell to the tome, and the horror there was not just for the words, but for the shattering of his own foundation. And the silence was never holy. The chamber thickened. The book pulsed again, blooded ink glimmering faintly as if echoing their despair. Sigurd broke the stillness, his voice tight with accusation. Then why let us read it? You said yourself we were not meant to. His eyes burned into Seraphine's red ones. Why force us into the thorns if you never wanted us to touch them? Seraphine's expression hardened. For a moment, she looked every inch the fallen seraph, crimson red eyes, stern, cold, but cracked by the memory of pain. Because you were desperate, she said. Because you clawed at the lock even as I told you not to. You would not heed words. So now you must bear witness. She spread her hands lightly, as if to the book itself. The world carved this tome because it was too afraid to hold the truth in memory. Experience is the cruelest teacher, but the only one you choose to obey. You wished for answers, now you choke on them. Darcy's gaze dropped, her pity curdling with anger. Ilara's lips trembled, unable to piece together her doubt into sense. Kaelin's silence was a wound unraveling slowly. The tome throbbed once more. The archive's walls seemed to shudder, and the air grew taut like the moment before a scream. Seraphine's voice was flat, but her eyes, red, pained, and cracked, betrayed the weight of what was coming. Do not think this is the end. The night has only just begun. The past you've seen is only its opening chord. Hold your questions, for the next will break you further than words. The archive dissolved again. The watchers stood in silence as the world of memory lurched back into motion. Violent, merciless. Seraphine struck first. Her staff became a lance of radiance, sundering the chains of glyph light that laced the floor. Her wings unfurled in a storm, each feather trailing fire bright as a comet. The first wave of technicians screamed as their consoles burst into molten shards. She was not a supplicant now. She was wrath, pure and golden, an angel at war. Her sister met her in kind. The controlled lieutenant moved with the precision of an automaton, runes sparking from her palms in symmetrical arcs. She spun harmonic wards tuned to Seraphine's own light, their frequency sharp enough to slice through divine aura. Each clash sent shockwaves through the lab, rattling cages, shattering glass, and sending stolen essence spilling across the floor in hissing pools of light. Stop her, anchor the harmonics. A technician barked, his voice cracking as Seraphine shattered another conduit. The sister lunged, faster than human sight, her palm grazing Seraphine's cheek. The touch seared, not by heat but by resonance. The gold in Seraphine's eyes flickered, dimming for half a breath. Her voice thundered, desperate and fierce. You are not my enemy, you are my blood. But the sister's reply was the blank calm of the controlled. I am the ward. I am the chain. The watchers flinched as Seraphine's next strike tore half the chamber's ceiling open. Stone rained down. Sparks flew like meteors. The technicians scrambled, slamming glyph after glyph into place, the floor glowing with the cold geometry of their restraint. Then the net closed. A lattice of corrupted harmonics wrapped around Seraphine's form, strands of her own celestial resonance inverted into shackles. She howled as the light constricted, her wings spasming as if broken. The staff clattered against the stone floor, still glowing faintly but beyond her grip. Her sister's hands pressed against her chest, runes blazing white. The restraint tightened until Seraphine's knees buckled. Her silver hair spilt across the black metal of the apparatus, halo dimming to a pale shimmer. Her golden eyes, still bright, still furious, looked upward even as the chains cinched tight. The technicians moved with trembling awe. They connected crystal spires to her wrists, her shoulders, her throat, each line drawing in her aura like a siphon. Her light flowed not as flame, but as liquid, rippling into the spirals until the entire apparatus pulsed with stolen radiance. The king entered then. His footsteps were soft, deliberate. His robes swept the fractured floor as though the ruin were a coronation carpet. "Behold," he said, spreading his arms. The brightest of the heavens, bound by her own compassion. You saw suffering, angel, and you came as if mercy were a shield. But mercy is a weakness. It has brought you to me. Seraphine's lips parted, but no words came, only the faint rasp of her breath beneath the weight of the harmonics. The king stood before her, his voice rising like a sermon. You think this is cruelty, but what you call cruelty I call creation. The wound you witnessed, that fracture bleeding across the earth, was not a disaster but a discovery. You call it darkness. I call it the seed of man's ascension. His words echoed through the lab, bouncing from the spirals that throbbed with angelic light. You tore open the earth with your power, and it overflowed. The world cannot contain such rivers. It buckled, split, and gave us this wound. And what do men do with wounds? They bind them, they stitch them, they make them serve. The darkness is not death, it is raw promise. And with your light to tame it, I will shape it into life everlasting. Sigurd's throat worked as the watchers stood locked in silence. He thinks himself a god, he muttered. The king continued, his face transfigured by fervor. Imagine men walking with angelic fire in their veins. Imagine no priest, no king above them, only one sovereign who holds both earth and heaven. I will make humanity its own paradise, not borrowed from absent gods, not begged from capricious angels. Forged by will, forged by me. Seraphine forced her voice through the chain. Her words were ragged, yet they carried like a tolling bell. You will fail. The darkness feeds on itself. It devours order. You may harness it for a season, but you will never rule it. It will consume you, and the world with you. The king smiled thinly, his eyes gleaming with triumph. You mistake ambition for folly. You mistake vision for blindness. I have seen further than the gods you claim abandoned us. He leaned close, his breath ghosting her cheek. And unlike them, I will not run. He turned, robes whispering as he left the chamber. The Pope followed, head bowed in reverent agreement. The technicians bent again to their work. Seraphine sagged against the chains. Her eyes, gold and lifeless, stared upward through the veil of her hair. Her sister stood before her like a statue, runes burning across her skin, every gesture a mockery of choice. In the archive, Kaelin's face had gone pale. This was the foundation, he whispered. The wound, the chains, the gospel of a king, and we were told it was holy. Ilara shook her head, her voice trembling. This is worse than a lie. It's theft of the world itself. Darcy's eyes never left her mother, and her own sister. They made her hands into the knife. On the table in the lab, Seraphine closed her eyes. In the silence of her chains, the darkness whispered. It was not a voice, but an echo, like her own grief returned to her with cruel distortion. Failure, betrayal, weakness. Her jaw clenched. She wanted to curse it, to break it, but the weight of her sister's runes silenced even her rage. The lab's door exploded inward. A figure darted through the smoke, lean, quick, with pointed ears glinting in the light of broken conduits. An elf. His blade gleamed with wild ether, not refined, not caged. He did not pause at the sight of Seraphine bound. His voice rang sharp. Then the prophecy was true. If I must end the world's bleeding, I begin here. The technicians shouted. The sister turned sharply, runes flaring bright. Seraphine's golden eyes widened, her lips shaping a word like both warning and hope. Stop. The archive lurched, cutting the moment into silence. The archive burned with light. The vision flared so violently the four watchers shielded their eyes, and when it settled, the laboratory was alive again, its air full of iron hum, chanting, and the choking heat of machines siphoning life. At the chamber's center, a crystal barrier glowed faintly, barely holding back the thing inside. The darkness writhed like smoke given flesh, black coils folding endlessly inward, every breath a wound. The king stood before it with a vial no larger than a child's thumb. Its contents glimmered molten gold, thick, heavy, as though a piece of the sun had been bottled. He tilted it against the light and sneered. So little, so costly. Is this the measure of heaven's veins? The Pope bowed low, sweat trickling down his pale face. It is lava in her blood, my liege. To take a drop is to touch fire made flesh. Years of labor, lives spent, and yet it is enough. Enough to sanctify the wound. The king laughed softly. Sanctify, no, to master. He approached the barrier. Glyphs shimmered across its surface, a parody of Seraphine's own ward designs, once meant to protect, now perverted into a cage. Its lattice pulsed not with celestial resonance, but with the stolen essence of fairies and demihumans, their slumped bodies twitching in cages as their light was siphoned upward like oil. Across the dais, Seraphine writhed against her chains, her silver hair splayed across the cold stone. Her golden eyes burned with defiance. You fool! That thing is entropy. It is not yours to touch. It will devour you and everything you love. The king's smile curved like a knife. You descended to warn us, angel, and yet here you are, our fountain. He uncorked the vial. The molten gold swirled thickly, lava bright. The Pope murmured a prayer, his hands trembling. The king poured. The vial's contents struck the fog with a hiss like 1,000 blades shearing steel. For one terrible heartbeat, silence. Then the darkness convulsed. It collapsed inward, folding deeper, and when it reemerged, its blackness had shifted, now threaded with veins of molten violet, pulsing steady where once it flickered wild. The lab shook. Glyphs cracked. The air stank of iron and ozone. The king spread his arms wide. Behold, a wound stitched where gods abandoned it. Behold the birth of our dominion. The mind of man is greater than the fickle hearts of angels. Where heaven fled, we reign. His voice thundered, carrying like gospel. Kalen's lips parted in horror. This is where it began, and they told us it was holy. Alara clutched Sigurd's sleeve, whispering, trembling. This isn't creation. It's theft of the world itself. On the dais, the technicians turned the conduits. Sigils blazed as the violet-black essence was siphoned into Seraphine's bound body. Her eyes flared gold, then dimmed, then flared again as her veins lit with foreign fire. She screamed, wings arching against the restraints. The equipment's glow shifted with her torment. From gold to crimson, each conduit searing like rivers of blood. Her halo guttered, its brilliance tarnishing to coal. Her mind screamed louder than her throat. What has mercy earned you but chains? What did compassion birth but betrayal? If creation has chosen rot, let it rot. If the world bleeds, let it drown in its blood. Her lips moved. The words slipped like venom from her tongue. Then let it burn. Her covenant was shattered. Her golden eyes bled into crimson. Her halo cracked black. Where divine aura once radiated, the purple-black darkness rooted itself, braiding into her essence. The watchers recoiled. Darcy's breath caught as though she were the one bound. Sigurd's jaw locked, his eyes narrowing with grief and fury. Kalen's hand clenched around his hilt, but his faith cracked louder than any oath. The lab's ceiling tore with a shriek of steel. Dust poured down. Through it burst a figure lean and fast. An elf, ears sharp, blade alight with raw, untamed ether. His eyes blazed with conviction. I heard the prophecy. I see the sin. This ends tonight. He landed hard, scattering sparks, and drove straight for the dais. The sister moved first. Seraphine's lieutenant, her own blood, surged forward under the technician's command. Runes blazed white along her arms, cutting the air into geometric cages. She struck at the elf, her palm like a blade of light. He blocked with his sword, the clash booming like struck bells. He staggered but held. You make her your knife. He spat, forcing her back. Then I'll cut the strings. Seraphine's voice tore free, desperate. Don't, she is bound. They are controlling her. The elf roared, swinging his blade in wide arcs. Sparks cascaded as he slashed at the conduits feeding her. One crystal split, then another. For a heartbeat, the sister faltered, hesitation flickering in her eyes. The technicians screamed. Reinforce the harmonics, seal the breach. The elf leapt, his blade a flash of raw power, and hacked through the locks binding Seraphine's arms. Glyphs shattered, spraying shards of light. He slashed again, at her shoulders, her throat, until one by one the chains split. The machine howled. Spirals cracked. Essence spilt like ruptured veins. The darkness surged, spilling uncontrolled into every conduit. Technicians clawed at the consoles. Stabilize it. Hold the flow. But the darkness did not listen. The cages ruptured. Fairies screamed once, then dissolved into ash and light. Angels half bound to the lattice cried out, wings beating against the collapse. The violet-black wound swelled outward, pulsing as though it had found new lungs. The Pope stumbled back. The king only laughed, eyes wide with triumph. Yes, yes, see how it thrives. It will be mine to command. No, Seraphine's voice cracked with grief as she staggered free. Her crimson eyes burned, her blackened halo dripping sparks like ash. Her wings unfurled raggedly. The elf seized her arm. "Move," he shouted, "or none of us leave alive." She spread her wings, thrusting upward. Together they burst through the collapsing roof as stone and steel folded inward. Below, the chamber folded into itself. The violet-black essence bloomed, swallowing marble, light, and sound. The half-drained celestials reached toward her, their cries piercing, then were consumed in silence as the wound birthed something new. The abyss. It swelled outward, not fog, not shadow, but a fracture eating reality itself. Buildings folded into its maw. Sound cut out. Even the archive groaned, the memory straining to contain the sight. The four watchers stood stricken. Alara whispered, broken this. This is not the world breaking. It is men who broke it. Kalen's hand trembled over his sword, his voice hoarse. And the church called this salvation, called this holy. Darcy's gaze locked on Seraphine's red eyes in the present, her face twisted with pity and rage. They chained your sister. They poured death into your veins, and still you left me. The seraph said nothing. Her hand trembled faintly against the table, her crimson eyes reflecting both fire and shame. The abyss swelled larger in the vision, until it seemed it would pour through the archive itself. And then the memory did not end. The heavens split with a blinding flare, and from its wound a body fell. Seraphine struck the earth like a fallen star. The impact tore through the soil, sending ripples of light and dust across the open field. Shattered feathers, white fading to ashen gray, drifted in slow descent, catching the afternoon sun as if reluctant to die. For a moment there was only stillness. Then the faintest sound, a breath, a tremor, and from that fragile noise came a sob that broke into a wail. She turned onto her back, one trembling hand shielding her eyes from the cruel brilliance of daylight. The sky above seemed impossibly blue, mocking in its peace. Her other hand clawed weakly at the dirt beside her, fingers sinking into the blood-stained grass as if she could hold the world still. Her cry deepened, raw and wordless. It was the sound of something sacred being buried, her sister, her kin, her faith, her purpose, all swallowed by the same abyss she had once sworn to contain. A few paces away, the elf stood silent. The smell of burnt ether clung to his cloak, and his blade still hummed faintly with residual etheric heat. He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again. What words could soothe the ruin of a soul? He looked at her one last time, eyes heavy with helpless respect, and turned toward the forest. Without another word, he ran, branches parting before him as if the woods themselves pitied his retreat. The field was quiet again, save for the soft rustle of dying feathers and the broken rhythm of Seraphine's breath. The cold night air prickled against Seraphine's skin, rousing her from uneasy sleep. Her breath came shallow, misting faintly in the moonlight. Crimson eyes, faintly luminous, cut through the darkness with effortless clarity as she scanned her surroundings. A modest fire crackled at the heart of the campsite, its light licking at skewers of roasting meat. Beyond it, a rough tent of cloth and carved stakes sagged in the wind's slow rhythm. Crickets filled the silence with their patient song, making the night feel deceptively calm. Her gaze shifted and met the steady eyes of the elf. He sat opposite her, posture taut, one hand hovering near the hilt of his sword. The tension between them was fragile as glass, one breath too sharp, and it would shatter. "Where am I?" Seraphine's voice rasped, dry and hoarse from thirst. "The outskirts of Karith Zul," the elf replied, his tone measured. "The beast continent." His dark blonde hair caught the firelight, a fleeting shimmer of blue amid the gloom. "Who are you?" she pressed, her fingers inching toward her staff. Her body was coiled, ready to flee or to fight. "Just another elf foolish enough to think we can still save our world," he said, his sigh heavy with fatigue. "Your world is already gone," Seraphine murmured, the words like ash on her tongue. "Well," he said with a half-smile that didn't reach his eyes, "we don't plan to vanish quietly. When we heard the angels' cries, we knew we had to act. If the gods won't lift a hand, then we'll shape our fate ourselves." He hesitated, then added softly, "Name's Jard, by the way." A sound escaped her, half chuckle, half disbelief. It startled her to realize she could still laugh. "How did you know where to strike?" "We'd suspected the humans for months," Jard said, voice low but steady. "Their greed never rests. They tried taking our lands before, failed miserably. But this time the mana surge on the human continent was unnatural. Our elder sensed the convergence and sent us to investigate." He kept his tone light, careful, as though his words might startle her as much as his silence could. Even in her weakened state, her posture spoke of danger, wings clipped but not broken. The silence between them stretched, one heartbeat, then another, until it felt 2 seconds too long. Seraphine's unblinking gaze fixed on Jard, her crimson eyes burning like twin embers boring into his soul. She didn't know who to trust, or if trust was even worth the effort anymore. "How long was I out?" she asked finally, her tone flat but edged with suspicion. She guessed it hadn't been long, yet she needed to be sure. "A few hours, maybe," Jard said after a pause. "You cried yourself to sleep in the field not too long ago." Seraphine frowned. "How did I leave the field?" She remembered the dirt, the ache, the light, then nothing. The thought of being moved while helpless made her skin crawl. She didn't trust mortals. A part of her wanted them all to burn. "I used a bit of wind magic to carry you here," Jard said carefully. "Didn't want to touch you. I wasn't sure how you'd react." "Then why didn't you just leave me there?" Her suspicion flared, and she shifted slightly, lowering her stance into a defensive crouch. She felt her pulse thrum unevenly, weak, unstable. The after effects of the experiment were clawing at her, but she refused to show it. A single wrong move from him and she would strike. Jard raised his hands slightly, palms open. "I wasn't sure if angels feel cold," he said, his voice calm but earnest. "But I wasn't going to leave you out there. Anything could have attacked while you slept." "My body would have reacted to anything that came too close," Seraphine scoffed. "Besides, I doubt any earthborn creature can stomach celestial blood." Still, she noticed the elf's relaxed posture and hesitated before fully raising her staff. "I couldn't just walk away," Jard continued softly. "You flew us for 2 days straight out of the human continent. That must have drained you." "You have no idea what my energy levels are," Seraphine said, her tone biting but quieter now. "Probably not," Jard admitted with a faint smile. "Honestly, I just wanted to help. You looked peaceful for once. I don't blame you for not trusting me. I can't imagine what you've been through. But I mean you no harm. Not that I could do much even if I tried." He turned toward the fire, reaching to pull a skewer from the roasting rack. The meat was nearly burnt, blackened edges hissing as the fat dripped into the flames. A moment ago, it had barely cooked. He winced, then took a bite anyway. Seraphine blinked, watching him chew awkwardly. She hadn't raised her staff, though it was close enough to strike if needed. Still, she found herself easing back a fraction, studying him with wary curiosity rather than outright hostility. "Do Celestials eat?" Jard asked after a moment, glancing up at her. Her posture tightened again. "We do. Why?" "I was just wondering if you'd like one of these," he said, holding up another skewer. There were several untouched, more than he could finish alone. His offer was simple, unguarded. Seraphine hesitated. Then, after a long breath, she nodded once, a curt acknowledgement. The night hummed again with crickets, and for the first time since she fell, the silence didn't feel like a threat. The meat sizzled on the skewer as Seraphine took it gingerly, her fingers still trembling. She raised it to her lips, inhaling the scent. It had been so long since she'd eaten anything of earth that even the aroma was foreign. The first bite hit her tongue like a spark. Tangy, salty, smoky, nothing like the subtle nectar she once knew. Her stomach twisted. She swallowed hard but gagged faintly, the muscles in her throat tight. Hunger and nausea wrestled inside her. Jard watched her chew with quiet concern. "Sorry," he said softly. "I didn't think." "It's fine," she murmured, though her hand tightened on the skewer. "I wasn't. Fed when they held me. My body is not ready for this." She pushed the food back toward the fire and closed her eyes briefly. Jard hesitated, then took a breath. "That thing back there," he began, "the darkness, what was it?" Her eyes opened slowly, their glow dim. "A wound," she said simply. "A wound born of excess. When celestial magic surged uncontrolled through the earth, it tore the fabric between realms. That tear became the darkness you saw." Jard frowned. "Untamed magic, you mean?" "Humans forced celestial systems into their own bodies," she interrupted, her voice low but sharp. "They siphoned what was never meant to be theirs." Jard winced, staring at the fire. Is that even possible? Wouldn't it kill them? It did, Seraphine said. Most burned out like ash in a gale. Some survived. The scars they left are still bleeding. Jard swallowed hard. Was that? What collapsed the lab a few days ago? 3 days, maybe. Her gaze hardened. No, that was worse. She looked past the fire as though seeing something far away. They tried to twist the darkness with my own power, reshape the wound, turn your earth into some counterfeit paradise. But they only cracked reality itself. What you saw was not a collapse. It was a fracture. Jard's grip on the skewer tightened. That's why, in your message, you said the gods had turned to watchers. A faint sound escaped her lips, half chuckle, half sigh. You heard that, did you? Yes, he studied her face in the firelight. So, what do you want to do now? She turned to him slowly. For a moment, her expression was unreadable, distant, as though the flames were a window into some unreachable place. I can't return to the heavens, she said at last. Not with this tainted aura. I am stuck here, with you. Jard hesitated. He knew the question was dangerous, but he asked anyway. Then, would you help us? Help us save the earth? Her eyes snapped to him like blades. When she spoke, her voice was venom wrapped in silk. I have no plans to help the humans who made me suffer, who tore my family from me, who stripped my divinity. He flinched but pressed on. Then, do you plan to just die? My world is already dead, she said quietly. My home, my kin, my light, all taken. The only thing I want now is for those who took it to suffer, to watch them meet their pitiful ends. The fire cracked, throwing sparks between them. Jard stared at her, seeing not a goddess but something shattered and human in its grief. He set down his skewer and leaned forward slightly. Then, travel with me, he said at last. My companions are still on the human continent, but if we make it to the center, Sylvaneth, our home, you'll be safe. For a while, at least. Seraphine blinked at him, her expression unreadable. The night air curled between them, heavy with unspoken things. She didn't answer, but she didn't reach for her staff either. Above them, the stars burned cold, indifferent and in silence. 2 figures seated at the edge of a continent, each carrying wounds no fire could warm. The lights in the archive burned too brightly, as if the orbs themselves mocked the confusion on the watchers' faces. The air still trembled with the echoes of what they had seen, Seraphine's fall, her chains, her cry. It was Kalen who broke the silence first. How do we know this isn't a lie? He demanded, though his voice trembled beneath the weight of uncertainty. Seraphine's gaze turned toward him, calm and sharp. I did not beg you to open the tome, she said flatly. You chose to read, and now you question what it shows you. This is evil, Alara whispered. No one should have to endure that. Seraphine gave a low, humorless chuckle. Yet your kind did it to me, and now you do the same to demons. History repeats itself, mortals never learn. You mean the control Rune General Leston uncovered, Sigurd said quietly, the realization dawning in his eyes. Seraphine inclined her head, once in confirmation. If it was so dangerous, Alara pressed, then why help them perfect it? I didn't perfect it, Seraphine replied. It only appeared so. It was a ticking bomb, one designed to erase another portion of your kind. A mercy, perhaps. Kalen stepped forward, fury burning in his voice. You filthy angel, you think nothing of taking lives. I do not take pleasure in chaos, Seraphine said, her tone cool and unbothered. I merely stopped trying to prevent it. When men set fire to the world, I only choose where to stand and watch. The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. Sigurd's voice broke it, hoarse and weary. You spoke of balance, of wounds that bleed between realms, but none of that explains the withering curse or my daughter. How does Linnea fit into any of this? Darcy's breath hitched, and me, she whispered. How do I fit into this, when, and why was I even born? Calm yourselves, Seraphine said, her voice slicing clean through the rising panic. The truth will drown you if you rush it. You wanted to see, so keep watching. The archive rumbled, its orbs dimming into a deeper, older light. Shadows stretched along the crystalline walls like veins. When Seraphine spoke again, her voice no longer belonged to the room. It came from somewhere beyond memory, beyond the living. Now, she murmured, watch how gods bury their mistakes. The tent groaned against the evening wind, its canvas flapping like a weary banner. Within, the air was thick with the scent of smoke, oil, and damp fur. A long table of rough-hewn planks stretched down the center, ringed by warriors of every shape the world had yet to forget, horned, scaled, fanged, and winged. At the table's head sat Jard. A thin circlet of beaten gold rested across his brow, forged in the likeness of a crow's wings. It was a symbol older than kingship, signifying unity among the beastmen tribes, a fragile peace held together by desperation. The murmurs died as a massive lupin general rose to speak. His fur was streaked with ash, his voice gravel and thunder. The humans call us demons, he growled, slamming a clawed hand against the table. They burn our kin and drive our cubs into the forests, yet it is their kind who opened the wound that devours the world. Tell me, who are the monsters? A reptilian chieftain rumbled in agreement. We are not the shadows that crawl from the dark, he hissed. We fight them while the humans pretend to prey. If not for our blood, the abyss would already swallow this continent whole. A low murmur of assent rippled through the tent, weapons tapping the ground in grim rhythm. Jard listened, eyes steady, the faint light of the fire playing off the gold of his circlet. Then his gaze drifted to the far corner. Seraphine sat apart from them all, legs crossed, a chalice of red wine in one hand, a small dish of berries in the other. The faint aura around her flickered like dying starlight. She didn't look at the table, nor at Jard. She seemed elsewhere, above them, beyond them, uninterested in their fragile unity. The lupin's growl broke the uneasy silence. "And what of you, fallen one?" he demanded, pointing a clawed finger. "You sit among us, but you give us nothing. Is this fight beneath your grace?" The chalice stilled in Seraphine's hand. Slowly, she looked up. Her eyes caught the torchlight and burned faintly crimson. "You think I owe you answers?" she asked softly. I have watched empires rise and rot, beast and man alike. You call it courage to defy the darkness, but what you truly fear is your own reflection. The lupin's snarl deepened, lips peeling back to reveal rows of silvered fangs. Seraphine's voice hardened, each word cold enough to freeze the air. You mortals, always foolhardy. You would open the wound again if it meant pretending you were gods. You would burn the world to light your own graves. A hush fell. The generals tensed, hands on weapons. Jard moved before anyone else could speak, stepping between them with a quick, practiced motion. Enough, he said, his tone sharp but measured. We're not here to fight each other. The darkness is enemy enough. Seraphine's gaze cut to him, unblinking. Then why bring me here, Jard? She said, her voice low but seething. To watch you plan your own funerals. Every one of them will die. You will die. Why waste your breath pretending otherwise? He gave a thin, awkward laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. You always know how to lift the mood. But his eyes, when they met hers, were solemn. Even if we all die, it matters how. And if death is coming either way, I'd rather face it with purpose. She looked at him for a long moment, then sighed, setting her chalice aside. What do you want from me then? She asked. Jard's tone turned serious. Advice. You said the wound cannot be healed, but maybe it can be sealed. Tell us how to stitch the wound that would bleed us to death. The fire flickered, casting shifting shadows across her face. For a moment, Seraphine said nothing. The wine-dark glint in her eyes deepened, like she was remembering something that had once been beautiful and now burned to ash. No one spoke for a long while. The only sound was the groaning of the canvas and the dull clatter of a flagpole in the wind. Seraphine's gaze lingered on Jard. The others shifted uneasily under her silence, but he held her eyes, steady, unyielding. It wasn't defiance she saw there, but conviction. He truly meant to fight for this world. Finally, she exhaled and leaned back, her voice soft but cutting through the quiet like a blade through silk. The wound is too deep for any seal you could weave, she said. No mortal can mend it, not even I. Gasps rippled through the table. A few muttered prayers. One of the generals slammed his fist into his thigh, muttering about hopelessness. Jard didn't look away. Then tell us why. Tell us what we're fighting for. Seraphine's eyes drifted to the tent's opening, where the horizon bled orange from the dying sun. The world was built on 7 pillars, she said, each one born of a virtue, not of stone. Once they held the weight of all creation, balance, life, purpose. A young elven general, her hair a cascade of silver threads, leaned forward, her tone cautious. The 7 virtues, are they the same as the ones our scholars recite? Justice, compassion, truth. Seraphine smiled faintly, a sad, knowing smile. Those are not teachings. They are bones. The elf frowned. Bones. The bones of those who gave themselves to hold your world upright, Seraphine said, swirling the wine in her cup. Each virtue had a bearer, a sacrifice. Their blood formed the foundations of your reality. But your experiments twisted those gifts. You forced celestial magic into mortal flesh, and in doing so, you broke the balance. The pillars are cracking. Murmurs surged through the tent, disbelief, fear, denial. A scaled chieftain hissed, "You mean the abyss. The corruption is not from the demons." "It is what spills through the cracks," Seraphine said simply. "When justice was broken, order became tyranny. When compassion fell, love turned to numb civility. When truth died." She trailed off, her eyes catching Jard's. The world forgot how to see itself. Jard's brow furrowed, his voice quiet. "And freedom." "That one burns," Seraphine whispered. "The flame of choice. Your kind caged it, convinced peace meant obedience. You chained your own spirits and called it safety." The elf who had spoken earlier looked stricken. "Then what remains, if the pillars are failing?" Seraphine set down her cup, the faint click echoing like a judgment. Resilience was the fifth, the power to adapt, to endure. When it was sacrificed, the world became too perfect to change. It stopped growing. The smallest fracture spreads now, and none can mend it. Her voice grew softer, almost mournful. "Connection, the sixth, was your unity, the bridge between hearts. You twisted it into conformity. Everyone smiles, but none truly see one another." "And the last?" Jard asked, though his throat felt tight. "The seventh?" Seraphine's gaze turned distant, her eyes reflecting the firelight like dying stars. "Hope," she murmured. "The dream that tomorrow could be better. You turned it into denial. A perfect tomorrow that never comes." The tent fell into silence again. Not the silence of reverence, but of dread. Outside, the wind howled low across the plains, as if the world itself had heard her words and grieved. Jard swallowed, his voice barely above a whisper. "Then the world isn't dying." Seraphine looked at him, pity glimmering faintly in her eyes. "No, Jard, it's already dead. You're just living in what's left." Jard's knuckles whitened around the edge of the table. The words still hung in the air like smoke. "There must be a way," he said quietly, almost to himself. "There has to be something you're not seeing. Think, Seraphine, try." The angel tilted her head, the faintest glimmer of amusement flickering behind her crimson eyes. "The gods abandoned your world for a reason, elf," she murmured. "Why should I defy them to patch the cracks you carved yourselves?" Her calm was a blade. The Lupin general snarled, his fur bristling as he slammed his claws on the table. "Enough of your mockery, fallen one. If you will not help us, then perish with us." He lunged. The motion was fast, but hers was faster. A flash of gold light, the whisper of displaced air, and the sound of wet impact. The beastman froze mid-stride. His eyes widened as his severed arm hit the ground with a dull thud, still twitching. Gasps erupted around the tent. Seraphine didn't rise from her seat. She simply looked at him, that detached, superior gaze of a being who once watched worlds die from above. "Remember," she said, voice quiet but laced with venom, "I am chained to your ruin because mortals forced my fall. I owe you nothing." Her words fell heavily. The generals drew back, their fury swallowed by the weight of her presence. Even the flames seemed to dim. Jard exhaled sharply, stepping forward to the wounded Lupin, who clutched his stump and snarled in pain. "Seraphine," he said, shaking his head, "you don't need to reduce my capable men to prove a point." Her eyes slid toward him lazily, unbothered. "You're healing him, aren't you?" He sighed. "I am." "Then he just needed a little pain to learn his lesson," she replied, her tone as casual as if she were discussing the weather. "Your kind learns best through blood." The tent was utterly silent save for the hum of Jard's spellwork. Pale light enveloped the beastman's wound, knitting the flesh together, though the pain still made him shudder. When it was done, Jard straightened, his expression half weary, half amused. Sometimes, he muttered, "You behave like a child with a tantrum." That earned him a grin, sharp, wild, feral. "And you," Seraphine said, her voice almost playful, "are the only one I'd allow to say such a thing and still keep his tongue." A few nervous chuckles rippled among the onlookers, uncertain whether to laugh or tremble. The council hadn't yet dismissed when Jard suddenly froze mid-breath, his eyes distant, unfocused, as if the air itself had whispered something only he could hear. Seraphine's gaze flicked toward him, wary. "You're smiling," she said slowly. "That's terrifying." He blinked, realizing the faint grin curving his lips. "Truly," she added, setting her cup down with a soft click. Watching the man who strong-armed the beastmen into unity grin like a child at the edge of the world's grave, it's unsettling. The tent quieted. Even the wounded Lupin turned, forgetting his pain as curiosity replaced his fury. Jard straightened, eyes bright with a dangerous kind of hope. "I think I have an idea," he said, "but I'm not sure it would work." Seraphine leaned back, wings faintly rustling. "Say it," she drawled. "If it's stupid, I'll mock you for however many centuries this miserable world has left." That earned him a laugh, a small, real one. It drew a few puzzled looks from the generals and an incredulous stare from Seraphine herself. He rubbed the back of his neck, still grinning. "The darkness is a wound, right?" Seraphine's expression cooled. "It is," she said cautiously. "And it only became the abyss after your blood mixed with it." Her eyes narrowed. "I don't like where this is going." She shifted in her chair, wings twitching slightly. "Just hear me out," Jard said quickly, raising both hands. She sighed, though her curiosity betrayed her. "The fracture," she corrected. "The abyss is what happens when the break spreads, like shattered bones piercing through flesh. Too much blood loss, and the world bleeds into nothing." Jard nodded rapidly. "Right, exactly, but what if we could heal it?" A ripple of disbelief passed through the tent. Seraphine arched a brow. "You cannot heal what is not flesh. The wound is conceptual. Try to heal it, and you'll only make the rot permanent. Broken things must stay broken, or the balance collapses." "I know," Jard said, almost tripping over his words in his excitement. "But what if we transfer the wound, make it real? Give it a vessel, a body, something to bear it?" That silenced even the wind outside. Seraphine's gaze sharpened, her amusement fatting. "You want to put the world's wound into someone." He met her stare unflinching. "If it's a wound, then a body can contain it. Once it's tangible, we could try healing magic on it, actually close it. She shook her head slowly. Healing alone won't hold. It'll just mend the surface, not the tear beneath. For the first time since the meeting began, another voice joined in, the silver-haired elf from before. Her tone was thoughtful, hesitant. What if the healing glyphs were altered? All eyes turned to her. She swallowed, glancing between Jard and Seraphine. If we changed the structure, made them seal and heal at once, the wound might not only close, but stay closed. Seraphine studied her for a long moment, then exhaled softly through her nose. Seal and heal, she murmured, a contradiction in form. Yet perhaps the only way your kind has ever achieved anything by courting disaster. Seraphine leaned back in her chair, folding her arms, wings half-furled like a curtain of shadow and light. It's a brilliant plan, she said at last. Naive, but brilliant. There are too many flaws for it to work. Jard's lips quirked. That's why I'm asking you. She gave a soft, humorless laugh. Flattery won't make the impossible easier. First flaw, who among you even has the knowledge to weave a spell that delicate? A living conduit between wound and world isn't some village charm. One error, and you'll split the plane in two. Jard's answer was immediate, unflinching. Then we'll learn. We've built weapons, cities, and flight. We can build this too. Seraphine's eyes narrowed. Reckless invention has always been the mortar for your graves. He shrugged, unbothered. If it works, it works. If it fails, then our end comes a little sooner. Not much of a difference is there. The tent stirred with uneasy murmurs. Seraphine exhaled slowly. Very well, philosopher. Then tell me, how much mana do you think it will take to run a spell meant to heal a world? Jard hesitated for a heartbeat. We'll siphon from the surroundings. That would cause more harm than good, she replied sharply. You'll bleed your lands dry. The fracture will only grow. He frowned, thinking. Then we'll siphon small portions from everyone all across the world, enough to power the ritual without collapsing it. Seraphine's gaze sharpened. Some will die if they're too weak. Before Jard could answer, the silver-haired elf from before spoke, her voice calm but certain. Then we regulate it. Fix a stable amount each can give and spread it evenly. The risk would be minimal. Minimal death, Seraphine repeated dryly. How merciful. No one spoke. The candlelight flickered over worried faces, soldiers and sages and chiefs all staring at the impossible plan taking shape before them. Seraphine tapped her fingers against the table. There's one more flaw, she said quietly. Who do you think can bear the pain long enough to sustain it? The wound of a world isn't something the body survives. The silence settled like dust. Then the Lupin general, still pale from his earlier injury, grunted. What if we spread it out? Divide the burden among many. Seraphine turned to him, eyes glinting with a spark of genuine surprise. I thought you only thought with your muscles, not used them. A few muffled laughs rippled through the tent. The Lupin bared his fangs but swallowed his retort, glaring at her in silence. Spreading the injury would reduce efficiency, Seraphine continued. With the mana this scarce, efficiency is all you have. Divide it, and the spell collapses before it seals. The elf woman, still thoughtful, murmured then, "What about something that isn't human or beast? A vessel that doesn't die from pain?" Seraphine turned to her slowly, "Such as." The elf hesitated, then lifted her chin. "A golem. We make one. It wouldn't feel pain, wouldn't die, and could be built to hold the seal." For a long moment, Seraphine just stared at her. Then she laughed, low and incredulous. "This sounds so utterly foolish," she said, a grin spreading across her face. "It might just work." The archive was heavy with silence. Dust floated in the thin shafts of light bleeding through the ceiling vents, each mote moving as if afraid to disturb the air. The great tome before them lay open, its ink rippling faintly, alive, breathing, remembering. The last image had faded from its pages, but its echo lingered in every mind like the aftertaste of smoke. No one spoke. The only sound was the slow creak of the chamber's old walls. Then Seraphine moved. She stood beside them, living, solid, and utterly unbothered by the tension her presence caused. She leaned against the table, eyes glancing lazily across the group. "What's this?" she asked at last, tone dry, faintly amused. "Have you all lost your voices, or did the truth turn them to dust?" Her voice snapped the silence. Alara was the first to recover. She slammed her hand on the table, voice trembling. "Jard, he's the first tyrannical demon king, isn't he? The one who raided the human nations and burned our fields." Seraphine smiled faintly. "That is how your historians told it, yes. A monster king. A barbarian. Easier to blame the inhuman than to face the sin in your own kind." Alara flinched, her eyes flicking down to the shifting pages of the tome. Sigurd's tone was quiet when he spoke, but every syllable was weighted. The seal they discussed. Is that what became the withering curse? All eyes turned to Seraphine. Kaelin's anger boiled faster. "How much magic did it drain from us?" he demanded. "How much of the world's lifeblood did your plan consume?" Seraphine's gaze slid toward him, not cruel, but cold enough to still him. "More than you would wish to know," she said simply. "They were optimistic. Reality seldom grants such luxury." Sigurd's jaw tensed. "What does that mean?" "Complications," she said. Darcy, who had been quiet, looked up. Were the complications unforeseen? Seraphine turned toward her, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, the faintest respect. "You are sharp," she murmured. Darcy met her gaze without flinching. "Answer." Seraphine exhaled softly. "No, they were not unforeseen." The room went still. Kaelin stepped forward, voice breaking. "Then you let them die," he shouted. "You wanted this to happen." Seraphine's eyes narrowed. "Do not confuse indifference with cruelty, Paladin. I have no interest in the deaths of humans, only that they reap what they sow." "You speak as if you're above life itself," Kaelin spat. "Not above," she replied. "Beyond." Sigurd rose, his expression unreadable, but his tone was sharp. "You're a monster." Seraphine smiled, slow, bitter, and beautiful in its defiance. "A monster?" she echoed. "No, your monster. The one you kind forged when you bled heaven dry and called it progress. You tore wings from grace and wondered why the sky fell." Her words sank like a stone through the room. Kaelin looked ready to retort, but stopped when her eyes found him again, not in anger, but in a weary recognition that silenced him more effectively than threat. When Seraphine finally spoke again, her tone was calm, almost gentle. "I do not hate all of you," she said. "The demons, they were my creation too, in a way. They carry fragments of what I once protected. It is humans who corrupted the gift, twisted what was meant to heal into tools of greed and sanctimony. So do not ask me for pity where you planted rot." No one dared reply. The tome's pages began to stir again, ink crawling upward like dark vines. Seraphine glanced down at it and said quietly, "You've only seen the beginning. What comes next is the memory this world cannot hold and cannot reject." The ink bled outward across the table, forming light. The air thickened. One by one, their surroundings dissolved back into the war-torn past. The rain fell like judgment. It did not drizzle nor pour. It hammered down in sheets, turning earth to mire and blood to rivers. Each drop struck with the weight of penance, as if the sky itself mourned the war it was forced to witness. The battlefield stretched from horizon to horizon, a writhing chaos of steel, claw, and spellfire. Human banners burned in the distance, their symbols of holy suns flickering beneath the storm. Across from them, beastmen lines roared against the thunder, their war drums half drowned by the clash of magic and the screams of dying kin. Above it all, the clouds boiled with light, divine, furious, merciless. "Push the flank," a commander shouted. His words vanished beneath the next explosion of lightning. The scent of scorched fur, oil, and ozone filled the air. Rolling across that sea of ruin was a dark carriage, iron-framed and reinforced with layered glyphs. Its wheels tore through the mud, pulled by armored beasts that snarled against the rain. Within it sat Jard, his golden circlet dulled by grime and blood. Across from him was Lisa, her delicate elven features pale but composed, clutching the containment seal, the capsule that held their one fragile hope. And beside them, silent and detached as a fallen star, sat Seraphine. She gazed out the window at the storm, eyes reflecting each flash of lightning like shards of a broken heaven. Her hair, soaked and clinging to her shoulders, glowed faintly with the same subdued light as the sigils on her wrists. Even now, even after all she had seen, her presence carried the kind of stillness that made mortals tremble. Jard leaned back, letting out a humorless chuckle as the carriage rocked from another distant blast. "Still with us, then?" he said, glancing toward her. "For all your hatred of mortals, you still fight beside us. Seems to me you haven't lost all your divinity." The faintest twitch crossed Seraphine's lips. Then her eyes met his, cold, bright, and edged with exhaustion. "Don't flatter yourself," she said. "I simply don't want the world to end before I've finished despising it." Jard barked a laugh. "I'll take that as faith, however twisted." The others chuckled too, Even Lisa, the sound brittle but real, a brief spark of defiance against the storm. Outside, arrows hissed through the rain, spells cracked against their shield wards, and still, somehow, they found the breath to laugh. The carriage jolted hard, one wheel sinking deep into the mire before lurching free. Mud splattered across the windows. "Hold fast," Jard called out, gripping the edge of the seat as the transport swayed. Then Seraphine froze. A tremor passed through the air, too subtle for the others to notice at first. Her eyes flicked upward, narrowing. The rain shifted, each drop falling in the exact same rhythm for one impossible heartbeat. "Wait," she whispered. The next instant, her wings burst from her back in a flare of light, half-formed and searing. "Barrier," she shouted, thrusting out her hands. The world exploded. A sword of golden-red fire tore through the clouds like a divine spear, crashing down toward them. The impact shattered the earth, hurling the carriage sideways in a storm of mud and splinters. The sound was deafening, not thunder, but a voice of heaven screaming in fury. When the light cleared, the carriage lay half-crushed in the muck, its glyphs flickering weakly. Smoke curled from shattered armor plates. Seraphine pushed herself up, her form flickering between flesh and light. Jarred, she called over the storm. "Lisa." "I'm here." Lisa's voice came from within the wreck, coughing through the smoke. Jared's hurt but breathing. The Beastman driver's corpse lay half-buried nearby, charred black. The sigils on the containment capsule flickered erratically, but Lisa clutched it close, refusing to let go. Seraphine knelt beside Jard, who was already trying to sit up despite the blood on his brow. "Divine magic," she muttered, her tone low and grim. "I know that light. I know that scent." Her expression darkened, eyes narrowing toward the storming sky. It shouldn't exist anymore. Lisa followed her gaze, trembling. What was that? Seraphine's answer came like a hiss through rain. "Remnant of the heavens. A purity so twisted it burns everything it touches." Lightning cracked across the sky, not white, but gold. Through the deluge, shapes began to form, feathers, torn yet radiant, descending slowly through the rain. Seraphine's throat tightened. For the first time in centuries, she looked afraid. "No," she whispered, "that's impossible. You were gone." The clouds parted with a sound like tearing fabric, and from them descended Ariel, her sister, once the morning star of the choirs, now wrapped in a halo of crimson gold flame. Her eyes were not her own. They glowed with divine wrath, the kind that did not see, only consume. Her voice rang across the storm, hollow, cold, godlike. "The abyss has spread too far. You were warned. The gods will reclaim what remains." Seraphine's wings unfurled in answer, the rain bending away from her heat. "No," her voice cracked, a single tear cutting down her cheek and vanishing in the rain. "No, Ariel. They killed you. I felt it." The reply came not from her sister, but from the storm itself, layered, many-voiced, and inhuman. "The first king has spoken. The abyss is a power beyond divine law. He will wield it to cleanse what the heavens could not." Then Ariel moved, a streak of light through the dark. Seraphine barely had time to meet her midair, the clash sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The storm flared brighter, the rain momentarily turning to steam. Far below, soldiers, human and beast alike, stopped fighting to look up at the heavens, where two fallen divinities tore the sky apart. And as the thunder rolled, Lisa clutched the capsule tighter and whispered through trembling lips, "May the gods forgive us all." The rain was relentless. It came down in sheets, so heavy the air itself became water, pounding earth, bodies, and banners into mud. Lightning forked across the sky, flashing over broken catapults and corpses caught in the mire. The world was ending, and it sounded like thunder. The carriage leaned to one side, one wheel half buried in the flooded road. Inside, Jard coughed blood into his palm, the metallic tang mixing with the stench of sulfur. Lisa steadied herself on the door frame, clutching the sealed capsule to her chest as the ground shook with distant bombardments. "Jard." "Move." His voice came hoarse, but it still carried authority. "Take the golem to the fracture. If we delay, this war means nothing." "But you're—" "That's an order." His tone cut sharper than steel. "Go." Lisa bit her lip, tears lost in the rain, and sprinted into the chaos. Each step splashed mud up her legs as she ran toward the horizon's heartbeat, the colossal wound pulsing like a dark sun against the clouds. Jard turned to the broken window. "Seraphine," he rasped, "we're running out of time." Outside, wings unfolded. Seraphine rose from the wreckage, her silhouette a storm of molten gold and shadow. Each beat of her wings sent ripples through the air, scattering debris like dry leaves. Her expression was unreadable, eyes fixed on something beyond the veil of clouds. Then lightning fell. It wasn't natural lightning. It sang. The sound tore through the rain, a symphony of judgment. And from the heart of it descended Ariel. She landed like a spear from heaven, mud vaporizing beneath her feet. Golden feathers swirled around her, cutting through the storm like blades. Her armor gleamed with inscriptions of fire, and her eyes, once blue, now glowed a blinding red. "Ariel," Seraphine shouted, her voice cracking the clouds themselves. "Stop this madness." But the reply came hollow, layered with divinity not her own. "Seraphine, betrayer of light, you pitied mortals and defied our Father. The world must burn to begin anew." A hush fell, even amidst the chaos. The battlefield seemed to wait. Then Ariel moved. Her first strike was a line of blinding gold. Seraphine barely raised her arm in time. Her forearm caught the full force of the blade, divine metal grinding against celestial bone. Sparks and blood scattered alike. The impact sent her careening backwards through the rain, wings slicing the storm in two. The air screamed. Beastmen and humans below dropped to their knees as pressure rippled across the plain. Every heartbeat felt like glass cracking underfoot. Seraphine stabilized midair, feathers falling around her like dying stars. Her right wing folded, scorched and dripping blood that burned holes into the rain itself. She looked up and met her sister's gaze. There was no warmth there, only a hollow, perfect obedience. Seraphine's lip trembled once, just once before she dove. They met again in midair, and this time the world split open. Their collision tore the sky apart, clouds spiraled outward, leaving a dome of burning light. Rain turned to vapor. The shockwave flattened trees miles away. Below, Jard shielded his face as the wind punched through his lungs. Around him, soldiers clung to whatever they could, spears, wagons, even corpses, as the sisters' battle reshaped the heavens. "Lisa," he murmured, eyes narrowing, "run faster." High above, Seraphine twisted mid-spin, catching Ariel's sword hand and driving her knee into her gut. The impact sent cracks of divine energy down Ariel's armor, but her expression didn't change. She retaliated instantly, headbutting Seraphine with enough force to split her lip and shatter the sky behind her. Seraphine spat blood, gold-tinted, and hissed, "Fight it, sister. You're stronger than this." For an instant, something flickered behind Ariel's red gaze, a faint shimmer of blue. Then it vanished, drowned beneath divine wrath. Her sword ignited brighter, and she thrust it through Seraphine's shoulder. The sound was like tearing silk. Seraphine staggered back, wings trembling. The scent of burning feathers filled the air. Down below, laughter rolled through the thunder. Slow, amused, and cruel. From between the broken battalions emerged a tall figure cloaked in writhing shadow, the first king of corruption. His crown was made of black fire, his smile the shape of hunger. Magnificent, he drawled, stepping through the rain. Even the heavens bleed now. The Pope turned, face pale. "Demon, you. Spare me your sermons, false priest." The king's voice was like velvet soaked in blood. "Your God watches none of us anymore. Not you, not her." His gaze lifted toward the battle raging above. Even angels fall silent when they realize the heavens lie. He smirked, a predator savoring his hunt. "Once I feared her. Once I would have fled at the sound of her wings." His grin widened. "Now she's bound by mortal chains, weakened, tired, how poetic." A blur moved through the rain. Jard, sword drawn, struck from the left, the blade blazing with runes of storm and flame. "You talk too much." The king caught it with one hand, the blade hissing against his corrupted skin. His other hand shot forward, catching Jard by the throat, but Jard twisted free, driving a gauntleted fist into the king's ribs. The blow cracked the bone. The king actually staggered just a step before laughing again. "Feisty, I like that." He slammed his foot into the ground. A wave of black mud surged upward, forming spikes of corruption. Jard dodged, rolling across the wet ground, then countered with a wind-imbued slash that detonated in a flash of white and crimson. The explosion blew apart several corrupted knights, their bodies dissolving into shadow. Jard stood panting, one knee sinking into the mud. "You think, I'll just let you walk away?" The king raised an eyebrow. "No," he said, smiling. "I think you'll die standing." Above, lightning screamed. Seraphine's restraint snapped. one of the ancient sigils that kept her power sealed. The backlash split her skin, golden cracks running up her arms like molten veins. She gasped, wings trembling, but the world shook under her release. Her voice echoed, both divine and human. Enough. The rain around her disintegrated, vaporized by pure radiance. She lunged. Every motion was beauty and violence intertwined. Feathers turned to spears, light bent into blades. Ariel parried each blow perfectly, but the force drove her backwards, wing beats scattering storms across the horizon. Still, Seraphine hesitated. Each time she had an opening, the throat, the heart, the spine, she faltered. Every glimpse of her sister's face burned the rage out of her. Ariel exploited it mercilessly. Her blade slashed across Seraphine's cheek, drawing another golden arc through the rain. "You still hesitate," she said, voice flat and divine. "That weakness is why the gods abandoned you." "I wasn't abandoned. Seraphine's scream tore through heaven. I chose to fall." The two collided again, wings crashing like tectonic plates. The ground below fractured from the shock, sending trenches of light snaking across the battlefield. Jard fought like a man with nothing left to lose. The king struck him with an open palm, sending him tumbling through the mud, armor cracking on impact. But Jard rolled to his feet, blood and rain dripping from his jaw. His sword glowed faintly, not bright, but steady, alive. "Do you hear it?" the king asked, voice soft amid the roar of battle. "The world is crying beneath your feet. Your little seal, your golem, it won't save you. This world isn't meant to heal." His smile deepened. "It's meant to end." "Then I'll defy death." Jard slammed his palm into the earth. Runes spiraled outward, ancient and new, divine glyphs intertwined with demonic sigils. The king's smirk faded. "You learned from her." "I learned because of her." Light and darkness erupted in equal measure. The seal's circle rose from the ground, forming walls of shifting script around them. The king's laughter faltered, then turned to a snarl. He lunged, impaling Jard through the chest just as the array flared. Too slow, Jard whispered and detonated the circle. The blast consumed them both. A tremor ran through Seraphine's wings as she felt Jard's mana flicker, then vanish. Her breath caught. The rain, the screams, the clash of steel, all of it seemed to fade into silence. "Jard." Only the storm answered. Ariel stood before her, divine sword raised, her hair plastered to her face with rain and blood. There was no recognition in her eyes, only judgment, burning red and pure. Seraphine's hand shook. She raised her own blade, but her heart faltered. She could see, even through the haze of control and divinity, the faint quiver in her sister's fingers, the memory of the girl who once laughed beneath the silver trees of Irithyll, the paradise the celestial called home. "I can't," she whispered, "I can't kill you." Her hesitation lasted less than a heartbeat, but that was all it took. Ariel's eyes flared with blinding gold as a sigil ignited behind her, stretching into a ring of divine geometry. The sound was deafening, a chorus of burning wings. Then came the explosion. The light was absolute. It ripped through the clouds, through the rain, through the world itself. When the sound returned, it came as a tidal wave of screams. The shockwave leveled half the battlefield. Beastmen and humans alike were hurled into the air, armor, banners, flesh, all dissolving into the white fire. The earth split open, and the sky bled gold. Seraphine's scream tore from her throat too late. The blast caught her wings mid-beat and hurled her down, spiraling through smoke and ruin. Her feathers scattered like burning petals as she crashed through a crumbling tower, and then through the ground itself. Stone, steel, and darkness swallowed her. She hit hard, the impact cracking the marble beneath her, until she lay amid shattered containment crystals and the stench of scorched mana. The remnants of the lab. Her head spun. Through the haze, she saw a flicker of blue light, a containment glyph still struggling to function. And beside it, motionless on the blood-slick floor, lay Lisa. Seraphine's chest tightened. The elf's body was limp, her hands still clutching the sigil tablet that once contained the golem. The shell lay shattered beside her, empty. Then came the sound. A low, rasping growl echoed from the far end of the chamber. Something dragged itself from the shadows, a twisted mass of horns, sinew, and half-formed flesh. Its body pulsed like an exposed heart, its veins glowing with abyssal light. A demon, not summoned but born. Seraphine's breath caught. She recognized it, the shape, the mana, the resonance. It was a byproduct of the fracture itself, a creature of raw imbalance. She staggered to her feet, fury and grief bleeding into one. "You shouldn't exist," she whispered, her voice trembling. "You're proof we failed." The creature lunged. Seraphine caught its arm, shoving back, but its sheer density cracked the ground beneath her boots. She gritted her teeth, golden light flooding her veins, burning through her wounds. With a cry that was equal parts rage and sorrow, she drove her palm into its chest. A glyph flared, the same sigil Jard had designed. For a moment, the demon froze mid-snarl, then imploded into dust, leaving only silence and the hum of unstable mana. Seraphine fell to her knees beside Lisa's body, shaking. Her hand brushed the elf's face, still warm. "I told you to run," she whispered. Her voice broke, for the first time in centuries. The rain would not stop. It fell in thick, relentless sheets, a curtain of gray between heaven and earth, washing blood into the soil until everything ran red. Seraphine knelt amid the wreckage. Jard's body lay still where he had fallen. Lisa's lifeless hand still clutched the broken sigil tablet. Around them, beastmen and elves lay scattered like discarded dolls. The golem, cracked, leaking dim light, knelt motionless at the edge of the crater. Her breath came slow, heavy. She could taste the iron in the air. A shadow moved through the downpour. Her sister's silhouette stepped through the haze, wings radiant, eyes burning gold through the storm. Ariel's sword glowed with divine fire, cutting through the rain as if the heavens themselves parted for her. "Why do you still fight?" Ariel's voice broke the silence, filled with divine authority and quiet sorrow. You can't save them, sister. You never could. Every life you protect turns to ash. Seraphine didn't rise immediately. She turned her gaze to the bodies of her fallen comrades, her lips trembling. When she spoke, her voice was low, hoarse, but steady. "Maybe so," she said, "but compassion runs too deep in me to stop now. I can't let their deaths mean nothing." Ariel's face softened for a fleeting second, then hardened again, as if the emotion itself had been burned away. "Your compassion blinds you. All of this," she gestured at the ruined battlefield, "was futile." "Not in my hands," Seraphine said, rising slowly to her feet. "Not yet." Ariel sighed, an angel's sigh, echoing like thunder. "Then I'll end your suffering." Her wings flared. The rain turned to steam as divine energy rippled outward. The next instant, she was upon Seraphine, sword descending in a blazing arc. Seraphine caught it with her bare hand. The explosion of force cracked the ground beneath them, sending shockwaves through the crater. Lightning flickered in the storm clouds above as both sisters strained against each other, light against light, faith against defiance. "I don't want to fight you," Seraphine cried. "Then die quickly," Ariel shouted, twisting the blade. Seraphine's restraint broke. She threw Ariel back with a surge of crimson gold energy, her wings unfurling fully for the first time since her fall. Blinding light poured from her, mingled with streaks of darkness that pulsed and hissed through her feathers. Her halo cracked, its glow deepening into a scarlet flare. Her eyes, once gentle, now burned red as blood. Ariel barely had time to react before Seraphine was upon her, striking with speed that tore the air apart. Each blow landed like thunder. The world itself seemed to shake beneath their power. For every cut Ariel blocked, 3 more found their mark. Then came the final strike, Seraphine's fist, wrapped in searing light and shadow, slamming into Ariel's chest. The impact sent her sister crashing through the shattered remains of the fortress wall. She hit the ground hard, unconscious, her sword dimming to silence beside her. The rain hissed as it touched Seraphine's corrupted aura. Steam rose around her feet. Her chest rose and fell, slow and deliberate. She looked to the horizon and saw him. The first king of corruption. He was crawling away through the mud, his regal form reduced to a tattered shell. The twisted energy of the abyss leaked from his wounds, eating through the ground wherever it touched. Even now, he clutched at fragments of mana, desperate to survive. When he felt her gaze, he froze. Seraphine began to walk toward him, each step measured, every movement radiating purpose. From beneath her feet, the shadows bled outward like ink in water, writhing and coiling into dark tendrils that reached for him. He turned, eyes wide. You've embraced it," he stammered. "You've accepted the abyss." Her voice was calm, eerily serene. "I'm tired of running from what your kind unleashed." The tendrils seized him, wrapping around his limbs, dragging him back toward her. He screamed, clawing at the earth, but there was nowhere left to run. You used the abyss to twist my sister, Seraphine said, her tone almost conversational. You fed on it, became it. Good. Then you'll serve as its vessel. No, wait. He managed before she lifted him by the throat, her wings spreading wide. Rain cascaded off her halo as lightning flashed above them. She slammed him into the ground with enough force to carve a crater. The stone shattered, earth screamed. Her free hand ignited with divine script, a burning chain of glyphs spiraling outward from her palm. You've already taken enough from the abyss, she whispered. Now you'll give something back. The glyphs burst forth, spinning through the air, forming a vast circle of intertwined runes. It was the structure she had seen Jard design, but twisted, refined, perfected in a single act of wrath and sacrifice. Her blood dripped into the pattern, mingling with the rain. The runes turned crimson. This world will survive, she said softly, but not without consequence. The first king's screams filled the night as the sigils wrapped around him, sinking into his skin like molten brands. The circle sealed shut with a blinding flash, and his body disintegrated, not into ash, but into light. The earth trembled as the energy burst outward, spreading through the ley lines of the world like veins igniting. Seraphine fell to her knees, trembling as the seal finished weaving itself into the planet's flesh. The rain slowed, then stopped. Above her, the clouds began to thin, revealing a broken sky painted in red and gold. She looked down at her trembling hands, at the mixture of light and darkness now coursing through them. It's done, she whispered. The world will endure, on the blood of sacrifices. Her voice cracked on the final word. She turned to look at Ariel's unconscious form one last time, then at the empty crater where Jard and Lisa once stood. I hope you forgive me, she murmured. The storm finally quieted. All that remained was the faint hum of the new seal, the spell that would one day be called the Withering Curse. The archive was utterly still. Even the air seemed hesitant to move, thick with the weight of what they had just witnessed. The glow from the tome had dimmed, yet its pages still pulsed faintly, as if the memory refused to die. The scent of old parchment mingled with the echo of smoke and rain, remnants of a history they had been forced to relive. No one spoke. Alara's hands trembled slightly where they rested on the table. Kaelin's knuckles were white around the hilt of his sword, though there was nothing to fight but truth itself. Darcy stared blankly at the inked pages, her reflection rippling across their surface. And Sigurd, usually the calmest of them, looked as though something vast and invisible had broken inside him. It was Seraphine who finally stirred. She closed the tome with a soft thud, the sound carrying like a tolling bell through the chamber. You've seen enough to understand why your world still breathes, she said quietly. Her tone wasn't cruel, it was tired. The kind of weariness that belonged to someone who had lived long enough to outlast her own purpose. Sigurd was the first to find his voice. The seal, he said, his voice rough. That magic you and Jard built. That's the Withering Curse, isn't it? Seraphine inclined her head. What remains of it, yes. Kalen's eyes burned. So you admit it. His voice rose, sharp and accusing. You made the curse that drained our lands, our people, our children. You condemned generations to suffering. Seraphine's gaze slid toward him, calm, piercing, and unbearably steady. The dying children, she said softly, were not something Ariel or I could have foreseen. Kalen's rage faltered. Foreseen. She went on, her voice low, deliberate. When I sealed the wound, the spell was meant to draw mana evenly, to thin the excess that poisoned the world. I knew it would weaken humanity, yes. That was the price of balance. But the world chose a different path. The seal began drawing from those least burdened, from children, whose mana was still pure, unshaped by thought or greed. Sigurd's breath caught, the name escaping him like a prayer. Linnea. Seraphine turned to him, her expression softening, a brief flicker of genuine sorrow. Yes, she was one of the chosen conduits. The seal sought purity to repair what the corrupted could not. Darcy's voice was a whisper. Then it wasn't random. No, Seraphine said, nothing in creation is random. The seal became self-correcting, seeking those whose essence aligned with the lost virtues. Each child it touched carried a fragment of what humanity once had. Compassion, truth, resilience, hope. Her eyes flicked toward Sigurd. Their pain sustained the balance your kind shattered. Illyra swallowed hard. How? How did it break down into the curse we know now? Seraphine exhaled, stepping closer to the table. When I transferred the wound into the king of corruption, I succeeded, but he was already part of the abyss. The wound fused with his essence, turning him into a living echo of that void. The seal's purpose warped in response. It began selecting living vessels of virtue to counterbalance the void within him. But humans, fragile as they are, could not endure such a burden. What began as healing became withering. She looked up. The curse is not a punishment, Illyra. It's a body bleeding to keep its heart alive. Silence. The only sound was the slow flicker of the tome's pages shifting by themselves, showing faint, blurred fragments of ancient runes. Sigurd spoke next, his tone low but certain. The mana of children, untainted, unconditioned, it would form the cleanest flow for restoration. The seal needed that purity. Seraphine nodded once. Exactly. Your daughter's suffering was not for cruelty's sake, Sigurd. She and others like her became the backbone of the world's recovery. Without them, the fracture would have widened, the abyss would have swallowed this reality whole. Kalen slammed his fist against the table. Don't justify it, he shouted. You twisted divinity and called it mercy. And then you let the church use it, all while hiding behind your riddles and grief. Seraphine's eyes glinted, not with anger, but a sadness far colder than wrath. I did not twist divinity, Paladin. I preserved it in the only way left. The church merely built monuments over our graves. You say that as if it excuses you. Kalen's voice cracked. You're kind, you and your sister. Seraphine cut him off sharply. Saved you. That stopped him. The words were simple, yet they cut through the fury like steel. She stepped forward, her tone steady, clear. You call it the church's light. You kneel before the oracle, believing she speaks for your gods. But tell me, Kaelin. Her gaze pinned him in place. Who do you think keeps the light burning? No one spoke. The silence was almost suffocating. Seraphine's next words fell softly, and yet they struck like thunder. The oracle you serve, she said, is my sister, Ariel. Darcy gasped. Ilara froze. Kaelin went pale. Even Sigurd, who had seen the impossible with his own eyes, looked stricken. Seraphine's voice gentled, her eyes unfocused as if she saw something beyond them all. When I sealed the wound, Ariel took the other half, the light of it. She became the world's beacon, the voice through which men could still find faith. Without her, despair would have consumed you long ago. Hope had to survive, even if it was built on half-truths. Ilara whispered, trembling then. Every prayer, every hymn we sing to the oracle feeds her, Seraphine said softly. Every act of belief strengthens the light she sustains. It is the only thing that keeps your world from collapsing into nothingness. Ariel became the bridge between heaven and man, not as a goddess, but as a lantern in endless night. Kaelin's expression faltered. Then she's not evil. No, Seraphine said. She is necessity made flesh. The voice that reminds you that light still exists, even when it's only a reflection. Her gaze lifted toward the faint glow emanating from the tome. I am the shadow that keeps the seal intact. She is the light that keeps your hearts from breaking. Together, we keep your world alive. She gives you hope, and I give you consequence. Sigurd's eyes narrowed, thoughtful. So the oracle and the heretic are two halves of the same origin. Precisely, Seraphine murmured. The church never knew what it worshipped. They only saw what was convenient, the light that asked for obedience, not the darkness that demanded truth. The silence that followed was heavy, yet not hopeless. For the first time, the picture was whole. The world was not simply cursed, it was sustained. Seraphine placed a hand on the tome, the faintest trace of warmth returning to her voice. My sister keeps their faith. I keep their reality. Both are needed or all of this. She gestured to the room, the world beyond it. Ends. Kaelin lowered his eyes. The fury in him had nowhere left to go. And in that quiet, Darcy whispered the only words that seemed to fit. Then the oracle's mercy and your curse are the same prayer. Seraphine smiled faintly. Now you understand. The quiet pressed against their ribs, as if the air itself refused to breathe. Darcy's fingers curled against the table's edge. Her throat tightened, but when she spoke, her voice came small, fragile, uncertain. I still don't understand, she said. You talk about faith and balance and curses, but she hesitated, swallowing hard. Why was I never enough? You say you're my mother, but you were never there. You had centuries, Seraphine. Why didn't you? Her voice cracked. She couldn't finish. Seraphine's gaze softened, just slightly, but enough that even the light in the room seemed to still. She didn't move closer. She simply looked at Darcy as if the right words had to be wrestled out of something long buried. You think I gave you life, she said quietly, but that's not quite true. Darcy frowned. Then what am I? Seraphine looked toward the dimming tome, as though drawing courage from the ghosts written inside it. The king of corruption, she said, wanted to make the earth his paradise and make his own angels. So he performed experiments to see which vessel could contain my divine aura without crumbling, but they did so with no avail. Every vessel they shaped ruptured beneath the weight of divinity. Alara's breath caught. That's what Alicia wrote about in her journals, she whispered. Seraphine nodded faintly. Yes, Alicia wasn't just studying healing magic. She was searching for balance, the same equilibrium her notes once called the living wound's mercy. Darcy blinked, shaking her head slowly. So I'm one of them, one of the experiments. You're the only one who survived, Seraphine said. Lisa managed to stabilize the fragment within you using her own blood. That's why your body could hold both divine and mortal mana. You carry her lineage and mine. That's why you're half-elf. The words fell heavy between them. Darcy stared at her hands, hands that had healed, fought, and trembled so many times, and suddenly they felt foreign. Lisa, she whispered, the same Lisa from the memory. Seraphine inclined her head. She believed in life even when it mocked her. She died giving you a chance to keep that belief alive. Alara, who had been standing silent, spoke up hesitantly. But then who raised her? The records say Darcy grew up under noble guardianship, not in the laboratories. Seraphine's eyes flickered, an old sadness crossing her face. I couldn't bring her to the Beastmen continent. My presence, my mixed, fallen aura, would have poisoned her spirit before she reached maturity. So I left her with the only family that still bore traces of elven blood and ancient knowledge. Alara's eyes widened. The Ashwoods she breathed, Alicia's house. Sigurd turned sharply. Alicia's family. Alara nodded, her tone quickening as she pieced it together. Yes, the Ashwoods were once scholars under elven tutelage. That's how Alicia gained access to the old glyphs. They withdrew from the First Divine War because of their alliance with the elves. They didn't believe in killing gods or angels, only understanding them. Sigurd's face hardened, realization dawning. So that's why they vanished from history after the wars. They weren't traitors, they were hiding the child. Seraphine's eyes met his, and for a heartbeat, he saw something ancient flicker there, not pride, not guilt, but the haunting echo of both. She was safer there, Seraphine said softly. Alicia's bloodline still carried traces of the first elven contracts. They could conceal her from both heaven and abyss. Darcy's lip trembled. That's why you never came for me. Seraphine's expression didn't change, but her voice did, quieter, weighted. I couldn't. The darkness in me was poison to what you were becoming. My very presence would have unraveled the balance Lisa created inside you. So I stayed away and watched. Darcy took a trembling breath, then the promise. Seraphine tilted her head slightly. Yes. You told me, Darcy said, eyes wet now, to always stay close to the air, to protect them. That was your way of keeping me near the only bloodline that could keep me stable. Seraphine's faint smile was tinged with grief. and because the Ashwoods had once sheltered light in their home. You were my last fragment of that light, Darcy. I couldn't risk losing you, too. The chamber was utterly still. No one spoke, no one dared to. Seraphine turned away then, her gaze distant, neither proud nor regretful, only tired. You call it motherhood, she murmured, but what I gave you was survival. I couldn't love you as a mother should, but I made sure you'd live long enough to decide who you wanted to become. Darcy's throat tightened, but this time no tears came. Just a quiet exhale, a peace she hadn't realized she'd been reaching for. I guess, she said softly, that'll have to do. Seraphine smiled faintly, almost human for once. For now, she said, it's enough. The tome at the center of the table gave a low hum, its ink glowing faintly once more. But this time, no new vision came. The past, for now, was done speaking. And in that silence, fragile but real, the present began again. The silence that followed was not peace, it was paralysis. No one moved. The air itself felt brittle, charged with the aftermath of truth too vast to carry. The tome lay dormant between them, its light finally extinguished, but its echoes lingered in the space between every breath. Sigurd was the first to speak. Why? His voice was quiet, hoarse. Why show us this at all? Why drag us through memories buried for centuries? He looked at Seraphine, not with accusation, but with something heavier. Exhaustion. Was this your plan from the start, to drown us in guilt? Seraphine's expression hardened, the faintest glint of fury flashing in her crimson eyes. You think I chose this? She hissed, voice sharp enough to slice the quiet. You think I came waltzing to your door with forbidden knowledge like some peddler of truth? Her tone deepened, colder now. You were the one who sought it, Sigurd. You pried open doors that should have stayed closed. You begged for answers, and now you tremble at what you found. Sigurd's jaw clenched, but he didn't respond. Alara did. You could have just shown us the door, she said bitterly. Let us decide whether to walk through it. Seraphine turned toward her slowly. Would you have? Would any of you have listened if I had said, turn back? Her gaze lingered, deliberate, almost pitying. You humans never turn away from fire until it burns you. Darcy, who had been quiet since her revelation, spoke softly, almost to herself. She's right. Her tone was fragile but certain. We wouldn't have listened. Curiosity always wins. It's the one thing stronger than fear. Kalen scoffed, his armor shifting as he crossed his arms. Don't glorify her manipulation. This entire display, this tome, these memories, it's all a trick. A web to make us doubt what's right. Seraphine didn't even turn toward him. Then don't believe it. Kalen froze. I didn't ask for your faith, she continued, her voice level, detached. If disbelief is your shield, keep it. I have no use for the devotion of those who worship ignorance. Her words cut through the air like quiet thunder. Kalen's hand twitched toward his sword, but Sigurd raised a hand slightly, not to defend Seraphine, but to stop the argument before it became war again. The tension in the chamber thickened. Each of them stood on a different precipice, belief, denial, guilt, purpose. And somewhere beneath it all was a quiet truth. There was no going back. Seraphine leaned against the edge of the table, folding her arms, her gaze distant. "You wanted the truth," she said, softer now, but no less sharp. "The truth doesn't ask if you're ready." The tome pulsed faintly once more, as if agreeing. The silence stretched, long enough that it almost felt like the world itself had stopped breathing. Sigurd took a deep breath, eyes closed, as if trying to pull his thoughts back into order. The storm of revelation still roared behind his calm. His knuckles brushed the table, steadying himself. For all his discipline, even he looked shaken. He opened his mouth to speak, but another voice reached them first. "Returning to normal isn't an option either." The words were soft, musical, almost kind. Yet beneath that gentleness was something vast and absolute, a tone that made the air hum. Seraphine's expression darkened. She didn't turn immediately. She only exhaled, slow and deliberate, as though she'd been expecting this. "Of course," she murmured. "You couldn't just stay in your sanctuary." Light gathered at the far end of the archive, spilling from nowhere and shaping itself into form. Feathers, white as fresh snow, drifted gently through the air before burning into gold mid-fall. From that light stepped a woman draped in immaculate white robes, trimmed with golden sigils that pulsed faintly with divine resonance. Her halo glowed crimson, bright and clean, unlike Seraphine's cracked one. Her wings, pristine and vast, stretched wide before folding neatly behind her. The radiance around her softened the edges of the world, almost too pure to look at. "Honestly," Seraphine sighed, folding her arms, "you didn't need to leave your comfortable chamber just to visit your troublemakers." The figure smiled, a brilliant, disarmingly warm smile. "Oh, come now, sister. You make it sound like I don't care." Her voice carried light laughter, as if the heavy atmosphere around them didn't exist. Kaelin blinked, staring at the woman. Those robes, those markings. His hand tightened around his sword. "They're the high-order vestments. Only the Oracle wears those." The woman turned toward him, the smile freezing for half a heartbeat before twisting into mild disgust. "You're one of mine," she said, tilting her head, golden hair cascading like sunlight. "A paladin commander, correct. How disappointing." Kaelin stiffened. "What?" She sighed dramatically, turning toward Seraphine with an exaggerated pout. "Elder sister, is this the one who's been shouting at you all this time? I can't believe one of my own has caused you so much trouble." Her tone softened, sickeningly sweet. "Honestly, I leave you alone for a few centuries, and humans forget how to behave." Everyone froze. The air itself seemed to crack. Darcy was the first to whisper it. "You're Ariel," she said faintly, from the vision. The woman grinned, spreading her hands like a performer taking a bow. "Guilty as charged. The one and only Ariel, the oracle, patron of the faithful, voice of the divine, keeper of the light, etc., etc. The titles get exhausting, really." She winked. "But yes, I'm that Ariel, the real one, in the flesh." Kaelin staggered back a step, shaking his head. That's impossible. Oh, dear little Kaelin, Ariel said, clasping her hands together with mock sympathy. You just watched centuries of memory unfold before your eyes, and now you choose disbelief. Really, has my paladin order started recruiting for muscle instead of mind? Her tone was bubbly, playful, but her words struck like daggers wrapped in silk. Kaelin's jaw clenched. How can I believe in a system that sacrifices children? He spat. You call yourself divine, yet you feed on their pain. The air trembled. The sigils around his armor flared, his sword igniting in response to his fury. But before he could move, Ariel simply raised her hand. Every rune, every spark of light around him died. The divine sigils fizzled out like candles in a storm. Even his sword dimmed to dull metal. Ariel looked down at Kaelin with the same expression one might give a disobedient pet. Sit down, boy. You're embarrassing yourself. Kaelin froze, trembling with rage but powerless. Honestly, she went on, her tone now a mixture of delight and disdain. I wanted to burn all of you the moment I saw the mess you've made. A pity my loving elder sister begged me to let you live. She turned toward Seraphine, eyes narrowing playfully. You really have a soft spot for vermin, you know that. Seraphine didn't rise to the bait. You always were dramatic. Ariel smiled wider, voice brightening as she went on, almost sing-song. She even wanted to give you your little wife back, Sigurd. Can you imagine? I told her it was a waste of divine energy. You don't exactly deserve second chances. Sigurd's breath caught. His tone was sharp, cold. She took her away from me in the first place. Ariel sighed, rolling her eyes, as if explaining simple arithmetic to a stubborn child. Oh, Sigurd, open your eyes, will you? She waved her hand lazily, golden light tracing her movements. Your darling wife dug her own grave the moment she thought she could save everyone. She wanted to fix the world, give everyone happy endings. Do you know what happens to people like that? Don't mock her, Sigurd snapped. His hands trembled, his composure cracking. You don't get to speak her name. Ariel tilted her head, still smiling, but her voice dropped an octave, the light dimming just slightly around her. What's wrong with calling a kettle what it is? The words landed like a slap. Even the tome seemed to dim further, its faint pulse faltering. Seraphine sighed softly. Ariel, she said, her tone somewhere between warning and plea, that's enough. But Ariel only shrugged, the golden feathers at her shoulders fluttering. You always ruin my fun. And when she looked again at Kaelin, her smile returned, honeyed, venomous. Oh, and you, little paladin, she purred, next time you decide to swing a sword at me, at least do it with your own strength. Attacking a god with borrowed power. She gave a soft, mocking laugh, pathetic. And yet, beneath that radiant smile, something colder shimmered. For all her brightness, Ariel's light was not warm. It was the light of judgment, dazzling, inescapable, and utterly merciless. The air was thick, almost suffocating. No one spoke. The faint hum of divine power still lingered where Ariel stood, her wings half folded, glowing faintly gold against the archive's dim light. Even the tome seemed afraid to stir, its pages trembling as if wary of her presence. Darcy was the one who finally broke the silence. "So," she began slowly, her tone unsure but cutting through the tension like a knife. "If you're her sister, does that make you my aunt?" The question hung absurdly in the air for a moment. So human, so painfully out of place after everything they'd just witnessed. Ariel blinked, then tilted her head as if actually thinking about it. She hummed softly, tapping her chin. "I never really thought about it. But honestly, I don't care whether you're my niece, cousin, or some oddly made miracle." Her bright smile sharpened. "What matters is that you don't hurt or stress my sister. That's all I need to care about." Seraphine sighed and smacked her lightly on the head. "You're impossible," she muttered, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Regardless of how she came to be, Darcy is my daughter." Ariel rubbed the back of her head with an exaggerated pout. Yeah, I know. You've made that clear, big sister." Darcy let out a shaky laugh despite the tension. Then, "Why can't I remember much from before? My childhood, the faces, even my early years, it's all fog." Ariel's expression brightened, almost too much. "Oh, that's my fault," she chirped, as though confessing to knocking over a vase. "Being the Oracle comes with a few perks, you see. I can reshape memory, bend what the world remembers, even what you remember. I didn't want anyone sniffing around my sister's past, trying to find her weakness. So I simply adjusted history a little." She smiled widely. Poof, problem solved. Sigurd's eyes widened. "That's why the world barely remembers Seraphine," he said slowly. "It's not erasure, it's tampering." Ariel clapped once, delighted. "Bing bong, correct. Give the mortal a gold star." Kalen's grip on his sword tightened. "Then why?" he demanded. "Why did you, the Oracle, declare Alicia a heretic if all of this was to protect the world?" The cheer vanished from Ariel's face. Her wings flared slightly, feathers shimmering with heat. "Because," she said, voice lower now, "Alicia was condemning everything my sister fought to preserve. She had the audacity to call her evil." Alara's brow furrowed. "Is she not?" she asked quietly. "Seraphine created a curse that drains life from children. How is that not evil?" Ariel turned sharply on her, her bright voice suddenly edged with thunder. "Evil? How is saving your entire species evil? Without her spell, there would be no world left to curse. She bled herself into the fabric of reality just to keep you all breathing." Darcy stepped forward, voice steady. "She did what she had to do," she said. "It may not have been right, but it was necessary." Sigurd spun toward her, disbelief in his eyes. "Necessary? You agree with them, with monsters who justify death as balance." Ariel laughed softly, a sound like bells over broken glass. "Monsters, yes," she said, "but monsters who keep you alive. Without us, you'd be dust scattered across the void." Sigurd's eyes hardened. "Alive by killing our young, by thriving on lies." Ariel rolled her eyes dramatically and turned to Seraphine. "Why are we wasting breath on these lost causes? They can't see past their own pain." Seraphine's expression was calm, almost pitying. Because experience, she said quietly, is the only teacher that ever leaves a mark. Sigurd stepped forward, voice rising with conviction. Then tell me this, what about the original spell? The one Jard designed? The one meant to heal the world, not poison it? Why abandon it? Ariel turned back to him, her smile fading into something colder, predatory. She took a slow step forward, her aura pulsing like sunlight through storm clouds. Because the original plan failed the moment your precious king of corruption merged with the abyss. The fracture was no longer a wound to heal. It became a living will. We couldn't heal the world anymore. We could only stop it from dying. Sigurd's hands clenched. Then you still believe sacrificing children is right. Ariel sighed, exasperated. And there it is again, that naive righteousness. Her tone shifted, mocking, dripping disdain. This is exactly what infuriated me about Alicia. She thought she could fix the world with love and conviction. She believed she could succeed where gods failed. Ariel leaned closer, her eyes burning gold. I told that heretic fool once, if she truly thought she could do better, she should walk into the abyss herself and try. Kalen's voice cut in sharply. Then you people aren't gods at all. You're heartless tyrants. Ariel's grin returned, brighter, crueler. Heartless? Maybe, but effective. She straightened, her halo flaring crimson in the dim light. You can hate the heavens all you like, little mortals, but don't forget you're alive because of our cruelty. The chamber's air grew dense again, a trembling tension coiling around every heartbeat. Sigurd's voice broke first, trembling not from fear but fury. So it was you, he said, stepping forward, his hands curling into fists. You were the one who sent my wife to her death, who made her lose everything. You did this to her. Ariel turned her head lazily, meeting his rage with a dismissive glance. Oh, please, she sighed, rolling her eyes. I only wish I'd done more than that. Maybe I should have erased her along with that wretched lab of hers. You. She was smarter than your sister, Sigurd growled, his voice cracking under the weight of restrained violence. Smarter, better, kinder. Ariel's laughter cut through his words, bright and venomous. Better, she echoed, incredulous. She only got as far as she did because of Seraphine. My dear sister actually believed in her, thought she might accomplish something worthwhile. Instead, she scattered our work and left us a century-long migraine. She was a good-for-nothing dreamer who couldn't see past her own sentiment. Ilara slammed her hand on the table, trembling with anger. That's enough. Alicia only wanted to help the world. And her help, Ariel shot back, was never wanted. No one asked her to meddle in things she couldn't understand. She called her rebellion mercy, but it was arrogance dressed in white robes. Do you know what it's like cleaning up after someone who decides to fix creation without understanding it? She wanted to save her child. Sigurd's voice cracked the silence like thunder. There is nothing more noble than a parent trying to save their own child. Ariel tilted her head, her crimson halo pulsing faintly as her smile faded into a colder shape. Would you save one soul over 1,000,000? She asked quietly. Her question hit the room like a blow. She chose the one, Ariel continued, and her choice doomed the many. Call it what it was, selfishness. Her love devoured her, and with it, your world. A silence, then a voice broke it, softer but resolute. Darcy. If the child can't be saved, she asked, can we at least save Alicia? Sigurd turned to her sharply, disbelief cutting across his grief. You agree with them. Darcy shook her head, her expression pained. No, but I believe in the sacrifice. I believe there's meaning in what was done, that maybe we can make it right instead of undoing it. Of course, Sigurd said bitterly, his eyes burning. Of course you'd choose her. You'd choose them over me. You want to betray me too, is that it? That's not my intention. Darcy's voice rose, trembling with emotion. I'm saying open your eyes. You can't fix this by rage alone. You can't fight what you don't understand. If you want to change this world, then do better. Make it right where even gods failed. Sigurd's breath came ragged, his shoulders trembling with barely restrained fury. Do better, he repeated slowly. You're agreeing with them. With this. With the sacrifice of children. You're saying my daughter deserved to be taken by these monsters you now call angels. Darcy met his gaze without flinching. Then prove me wrong, she said, her voice steady now. If their way is flawed, then show us another. Make it right. Something inside Sigurd snapped. The chamber's air warped as his mana surged, a storm of power vibrating through the walls. The tome on the table shuddered, its ink bleeding upward like smoke. With a motion as sharp as thought, he extended his hand. Light gathered at his fingertips, pale, trembling, furious. A single object appeared in his grasp. Alicia's journal. The runes along its spine flared to life, ancient glyphs awakening one by one in answer to his wrath. Ariel arched a brow, unimpressed but faintly curious. Seraphine's expression hardened. Sigurd, she said quietly, don't do this. He met her gaze, eyes burning with conviction and sorrow both. I'm done watching gods justify pain, he said. If this world were built on sacrifice. He raised the journal. Then it's time I rewrite it. I will show you the hero my wife believed in. The runes erupted into light, filling the archive with a storm of awakening magic. The air was thick, not just with tension, but with magic. Every breath felt like standing too close to lightning. Sigurd's mana flared first, bursting through the chamber like a storm unleashed. The runes across his gloves ignited, burning bright white, and Alicia's journal, the same that had once held quiet secrets of healing, now pulsed in his grasp with the fury of a wounded god. Pages flipped by themselves, words glowing, forming incantations that hissed and writhed with power. Enough, Seraphine barked, stepping forward, her presence instantly darkening the air. But before she could say more, Darcy moved between them, swift, calm, her silver hair catching the flicker of the tome's light. I can handle it, she said, voice steady. I was his maid through his grief. I've seen this rage before. Seraphine's eyes narrowed, assessing her, and then she nodded. Very well. Let him see what his grief has become. That was all the permission Darcy needed. Sigurd's fist slammed down and the floor cracked. "You stand with them," he roared, eyes blazing with the reflection of a broken man's faith. "You stand with the ones who killed my daughter." Darcy didn't answer, not with words. Her magic surged outward, a wave of pale blue light, cold and serene. The air rippled as invisible pressure pushed back against his fury. When she finally spoke, her voice cut through it, sharp, clear, unflinching. "I stand with truth, Sigurd, even if it hurts." The air detonated. Sigurd charged first, swinging his arm in a horizontal arc, his magic condensing into a blade of radiant energy. It met Darcy's barrier in a burst of sparks that painted the room gold and blue. The walls shuddered, shelves cracked under the weight of colliding mana. Darcy countered with a single gesture, her hand glowing, eyes bright with cold resolve. A chain of luminous sigils spiraled around her arm before bursting forth, lashing across the floor like living lightning. Sigurd dodged, barely the edge of it, carving through the stone where he'd stood a heartbeat before. He landed hard, boots scraping, journal raised. "You've forgotten who you serve." Darcy's expression didn't waver. "No," she said, "I just stopped serving pain." She was faster this time, frighteningly so. Her mana gathered in her palm, forming a focused sphere of silver light that hummed with restrained violence. When she threw it, it streaked across the chamber like a comet. Sigurd raised his barrier too late. The blast hit dead center, sending him crashing into the far wall with a deafening crack. The impact cratered the stone behind him. Dust and smoke billowed outward. Sigurd groaned, pushing himself up, one arm trembling. "You dare." Darcy was already in front of him. She moved like water, fluid, precise, merciless. Her hand caught his wrist, twisting it before he could summon another spell. Her knee came up, slamming into his chest with enough force to break through the barrier of light. The air left his lungs in a ragged gasp. Her other hand glowed faintly, the heat of her mana singeing his sleeve. "You taught me to fight grief," she whispered. "Now let me teach you to let it go." She flung him back. He hit the ground hard, his magic sputtering from his fingertips in erratic bursts. The journal slid across the floor, pages fluttering open as if even the book recoiled from the violence. Sigurd coughed blood, but the look in his eyes was still fierce. Wounded pride, shattered belief, and something deeper, recognition. Darcy didn't press another attack. She stood above him, breathing steadily, her aura fading back to calm silver light. Around her, the air hummed with the echo of her dominance, quiet, inevitable. "You've grown," Seraphine murmured from behind, her tone unreadable, pride laced with melancholy. Kaelin looked between them, wide-eyed. Even Ariel's usual smirk faltered into intrigue. "Well," the oracle said, twirling a lock of golden hair between her fingers, "that's unexpected. I didn't think mortals learned to strike angels that hard." Darcy didn't look away from Sigurd. Her voice was soft, but the words carried the weight of finality. "Stop fighting ghosts," she said. "They've already won." The chamber fell silent, except for the ragged echo of Sigurd's breathing. He lay there a moment, breathing ragged through the dust and the taste of defeat, and then the air bent. It began as a hiss at the edge of hearing, a silk scratch of sound that made the hair on Darcy's arms stand up. The light around Sigurd seemed to dim, not because the lamps failed, but because something had decided to swallow a piece of the room. "You remember me," a voice said, impossibly close and impossibly empty. It was the same hollow whisper that had once taunted him in his private chamber, the one that slipped between bones like a blade. Sigurd's jaw worked. His eyes, once clear and human, roiled. Black pooled in the irises and then deepened to a bruise of purple, as if some moon had set there and left its stain. A cold, dark purple aura seeped from him in slow, oily waves, curling across the floor and licking the hem of the barrier Seraphine had thrown up like a defensive moon. Alara, who had crouched behind that shield, stifled a cry. "Seraphine, what is that?" she whispered, voice brittle. Darcy and Kaelin froze, and for a single heartbeat, the only sound was the whisper itself, amused, sure of its ownership of the moment. "Good," the voice purred, intimate and cruel. "Let the anger bloom. Let the old hurt open like a wound and pour. They will feed you the reasons. I will feed you the power." Sigurd's lips moved, but no ordinary words came. The whisper threaded through him, shaping his breath into a cadence that felt not wholly his. His hands trembled. The pages of Alicia's journal fluttered as if caught by an invisible draft. Seraphine's posture shifted not to strike, but to brace. Where steel met resolve, her face showed a flash of something uglier than anger, fear. Kaelin saw it then, and for the first time his own throat tightened. Darcy's eyes widened the way a person's do when they glimpse a cliff below their feet. Ariel watched with a bright, clinical curiosity that was almost gleeful. When the room's murmur settled, she spoke, flat and cutting. "That darkness," she said, "is not merely grief. It is the first king's whisper returned, the corruption leaking back into a mind that was never meant to hold it." Kaelin's voice cracked out, raw and frightened. "But we sealed him. We bound that thing, didn't we?" Ariel's smile showed no warmth. "You did bind him. You thought you held it. But the fool who poked at the seals with her own hands loosened threads you didn't mean to touch. When she attempted her method, she shifted the balance. Her tone made the last two words sound like an accusation and a confession at once. Seraphine's breath left her in a hush. "I didn't know it had gone that deep," she admitted, quiet enough that only Darcy could have heard the fracture in her voice. Ariel shrugged, almost regretful in a way that was all theatrics. "That is why I argued to end him when the chance appeared. He is no longer a vessel you can mend. He has been threaded by the abyss. He will not die easily. He will only drag you into him." The whisper curled closer as if smelling dissent. "Kill me, kill them, choices are so." Entertaining, it sang, and the syllables tasted like mocking candy. "You'll find the world makes room for the obedient and choose the rest. Come, Sigurd, remember how it felt to be whole. Remember how you loved." Sigurd's voice, when it came, was layered. his rage and that soft, coaxing sibilance braided together. They took her, he said. They took her and called it mercy. You can take it back, the whisper offered, delighted. They will give it. Let them give it. Darcy stepped forward as if to speak, but Seraphine's hand on her shoulder held her rooted. The purple glow crawled along the stone like spilt ink. The archive windows, proud and tall, shuddered as if trying to keep it out. Kaelin, voice ragged, asked the question they all carried like a stone. Alicia, she released it. She unwound the seal. Ariel's answer came like the cold snap of a blade being drawn. Yes, she tried to remake what you had done into something more perfect. She meddled with a wound that was not hers to close. She opened the wound wider. Silence pressed in, heavy and immediate. Seraphine's hands clenched. Something in her tightened like an animal remembering the taste of iron. That's why I wanted him ended, Ariel said, and there was a small, satisfied tilt to her voice. Too many variables, too much. Mess, we don't need a king of corruption still whispering in a man's ear. The shadow on Sigurd hummed, pleased. Listen to her, it murmured. You were never meant to carry all of this. They will tell you right, and when they can't, they will take from the small ones to fill you up. Take it back. Take it all. Darcy's teeth ground. Kaelin's hand moved toward his sword, though his arm shook. Even Ariel's poise rippled for a sliver of a breath, just enough for the room to realize that the wound they'd hoped had been mended still bled. Seraphine tightened her barrier so the edges of its light shimmered like a held breath. No one moved. The whisper smiled without moving at all. The question now was no longer academic. Could thee pull Sigurd back before the whisper finished teaching him how to listen? Or would that same old voice, the one that had once joked and taunted in Thedark, succeed in making a man an instrument of the very fracture they had sworn to contain? The air felt wrong. It trembled not with heat or wind, but with the pulse of something vast and malignant pressing against the walls of the archive. The shadows clung to Sigurd's frame like a living mantle, and the sound that escaped his throat was no longer a man's breath but a god's nightmare. A low, thrumming growl that made even the runes in the walls dim. Darcy's stance tightened, blade still drawn, ready to intercept whatever came next. Seraphine's voice, low and sharp, cut through the tension. Stand down, Darcy. Darcy turned to her, eyes wide and wet. What are you going to do? Seraphine didn't answer. Her gaze was locked on Sigurd, sorrow, and resolve warring silently in her face. And then Darcy saw it. The cold in her eyes wasn't hesitation, it was acceptance. She realized what Seraphine planned. No, no, please, Darcy took a step forward. You can't, you're going to kill him. From the corner, Ariel sighed dramatically, arms folded as though watching children argue. Hello, he's a walking crack in the seal now, she said, her tone light but her words razor-edged. We can't let foolish hope unravel centuries of balance. Let him go. Darcy spun toward her, shaking her head violently. He's the last thing I have left that feels like family. Ariel blinked, then tilted her head, amused. Sweetheart, your mother is standing right there. Her gaze flicked toward Seraphine. And believe me, no matter how much you think you hate her, that woman would burn creation twice over for you. She's done it before. Darcy's jaw clenched. Then she can understand why I can't abandon him. Adorable, Ariel muttered, brushing invisible dust off her white robes. But misguided. Darcy turned back to Seraphine. Please, talk to him. Don't make me watch you become what they said you were. For the first time, Seraphine faltered. Her hand, raised to summon her sigils, trembled slightly. Ariel's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, no way, Sira, she groaned, incredulous. You're actually considering this. Seraphine's reply was quiet. Maybe I can try. Ariel threw up her hands. The abyss is already in his bones. You can't reason with rot. He'll drag her down. But Darcy's voice cut through her protest, soft, trembling, human. Then let me go down with him if I must. Seraphine looked into Darcy's eyes, her daughter's eyes, and something old and tired inside her finally gave way. She exhaled slowly, the faint shimmer of her wings dimming to a soft glow. Maybe, she murmured, I should try to act like a mother, just this once. Ariel blinked at her sister, lips parting to argue, then sighed and gave in, muttering, fine. I'm surrounding you with idiots anyway. Darcy turned, drawing her weapon once more. The trembling in her hands was gone now, replaced by calm. It's time, she said quietly, to talk some sense into him. Sigurd moved first. The ground cracked under his feet as he surged forward, darkness blooming from his skin like stormfire. Darcy barely blocked the first strike. Her entire body rattled from the impact. Sparks and black embers scattered through the air. She countered, her blade slicing through his aura, but it was like cutting through smoke. His power had changed. No groan. The same man she once served tea to in quiet grief now towered like a wrathful titan, half shadow, half memory. Sigurd, she cried, twisting aside from a blow that cratered the marble floor. It's me, Darcy. He didn't respond. His eyes, drowned in black and violet, didn't see her. The whisper was speaking through him now. You always stood by him, didn't you? Now, stand against him and see how loyal you truly are. Darcy lunged, her blade cutting a glowing arc. Sigurd caught it mid-swing with his bare hand. The steel hissed as his aura corroded it, darkness bleeding into the metal. He shoved her back. She slammed into a broken pillar, coughing blood. But she stood again, trembling, jaw set. Then if words won't reach you, she whispered, I'll speak with this. She raised her sword, a blade burning with golden light, the remnant of Seraphine's divine spark she once infused to save her. Light and darkness clashed as she charged. The hall exploded with motion. Sigurd's aura roared outward like a collapsing sun, devouring sound. Darcy ducked beneath his swing, her blade slicing through his side, the wound knitting immediately. He retaliated with a backhand that sent her flying across the room, shattering stone and glass. Her vision blurred, but she still rose, limping, determination in every step. Sigurd, she shouted, her voice breaking. You said once that Alicia made you believe people could change. So prove it, change again. The whisper laughed through him, cold and cruel. There's no changing death, only feeding it. He moved faster than thought, one moment across the room, the next directly before her. She barely saw the strike. His hand went through her chest. The world froze. Darcy's sword clattered from her fingers, light extinguishing as the black aura consumed it. Her lips parted soundlessly, blood spilt like wine down her chin. Sigurd's expression flickered for a heartbeat. Something human flickered beneath the black in his eyes. Darcy. She smiled faintly, trembling hand lifting to touch his cheek. There you are, she whispered. I knew. You'd hear me. Then her arm fell limp. The light in her eyes dimmed. The shadow roared. A hollow, furious sound that wasn't Sigurd's grief, but the abyss's triumph. Seraphine took a step forward, face frozen in horror, while Ariel simply closed her eyes and whispered, and so falls the hope. Darcy's body slipped from Sigurd's grasp, the faint shimmer of light fading from her wound. And as she fell, Seraphine whispered, voice trembling for the first time in an age. Time shattered. The instant Darcy's body hit the ground, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then came the sound, raw, broken, monstrous. Sigurd's exhale turned into a ragged, triumphant howl. The shadow pulsed around him like a second skin, threads of darkness writhing in the air, drinking the last light from the chamber. And that was when Seraphine broke. Her wings flared outward, white burning into obsidian, feathers dissolving into streams of dark ether. The air warped around her, bending from the sheer force of her aura. Before anyone could react, she vanished. The next moment, Sigurd's body jerked violently. Seraphine's hand had already clamped around his collar. A thunderclap followed. The impact was so fast the eye couldn't follow it. One instant Sigurd stood. The next he was airborne, flung upward with impossible force. The marble beneath him shattered like glass. She appeared above him, her motion a blur, a streak of radiant darkness, and brought her elbow down on his spine. The sound was sickening. Bone gave way. The ground below erupted as he crashed, a shockwave exploding outward. Alara screamed as the blast hurled her backwards. Kalen barely managed to raise his arm before being thrown off his feet. Even Ariel staggered, her feathers rattling violently as she whispered, almost reverently, Sira. The dust cloud churned, swallowing the room in silence. When it cleared, Seraphine stood amid the ruins, holding Sigurd by the neck. His body hung limp, blood trailing from his lips. Her eyes burned, red over gold, her aura twisting, warping the air with divine fury and abyssal grief interwoven. She lifted him higher, her grip tightening. The world trembled. Alara collapsed, unconscious from the pressure alone. Kalen's knees buckled, every breath a battle. Ariel, silent now, only lowered her gaze, the faintest shimmer of pity in her usually mocking eyes. The darkness around Sigurd hissed, steaming, as if unable to survive her gaze. It peeled away, evaporating in thin curls of violet smoke. His eyes, once swallowed by shadow, cleared, returning to human color, filled now with pain and fear. Seraphine exhaled, a single heavy sound that tremored through the stone floor. Her voice, when it came, was calm, too calm. "Death," she said, "is mercy." Her fingers loosened. She dropped him unceremoniously to the ground. He hit the broken marble hard, coughing, barely conscious. She didn't look at him as she spoke again. "And mercy," she said quietly, "is something you no longer deserve." Her tone was no longer divine, no longer kind, just tired, final. "You condemn me for building a world on blood, yet you just spilt my daughter's blood for your justice." Her eyes, ancient, hollow, lingered on Darcy's lifeless form. "This," she whispered, "is your righteousness." For a long, unbearable heartbeat, she simply stood there, the black glow of her aura dimming around her like dying embers. Then, slowly, she moved toward Darcy. Without a word, Seraphine knelt, gathering her daughter's body into her arms. Her expression didn't falter, not rage, not grief, just that terrible, aching stillness that comes when a god is too tired to cry. She looked down at Darcy's face, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. "You were never meant to bleed for them," she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. Sigurd stirred weakly, reaching a trembling hand toward them. "Wait," he rasped. "Please." Seraphine's wings unfurled. The shadows around her deepened, swallowing the faint light of the chamber. She did not look back. Without granting him so much as a farewell glance, Seraphine rose, Darcy in her arms, and vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only a shimmer of feathers that dissolved before they hit the ground. "Seraphine," Ariel's voice echoed sharply, but there was no mockery this time, only something close to worry. She hesitated, then followed, her crimson halo flickering softly as she disappeared into the corridor after her sister. The chamber was left in ruins and silence. Kaelin sank to one knee, staring blankly at the spot where Seraphine had stood. Ilara lay unconscious beside the fallen tome. And Sigurd, broken, trembling, yet alive, stared at the space where Darcy's body had been, a soundless apology caught in his throat. The dust began to settle. The light from above flickered once, dimmed, and died. Only a faint glow from the archive's runes remained, pale and uneven, pulsing weakly like a dying heartbeat. Darcy's gentle radiance, the quiet warmth that once softened the air, was gone with her. And in that quiet, the world felt smaller, emptier than ever before. Kaelin pushed himself upright, wincing as his armor groaned. His sword hung loosely from his hand. He took one slow step, then another, toward where Sigurd lay amid the rubble. He knelt. By some miracle, Kaelin muttered, voice rough, "You're still breathing." Sigurd didn't look at him. His arm lifted weakly, hand trembling as he dragged it across his eyes, whether to shield them from the archive's dim light or from his own shame. Even he didn't know. "What's the point?" he rasped. His voice was hoarse, hollow. "I wanted to save everyone. To do what Alicia couldn't. to finish what she started. Kaelin's jaw tightened. That's a noble pursuit, Sigurd. You couldn't stand the thought of children dying for the sake of balance. No one could. Don't indulge me, Sigurd said bitterly. He lowered his hand and stared at the ruin of the floor, at the blood and broken marble. You think I don't know the cost? I've lived it. My daughter was one of those sacrifices. I swore I'd end it, and now... His voice broke. Now I've taken away Seraphine's last ray of hope. Kaelin blinked, unsure he'd heard right. You feel sorry for her. Yes, Sigurd's reply was soft but sure. Darcy was right. The world Seraphine built, it wasn't perfect, but it worked. My wife. He swallowed hard, the words cutting like glass. She poked a hornet's nest. She wanted to save everyone, and instead she released the very darkness that consumed us. That took Darcy. That took everything. Kaelin's expression shifted, shock flickering through his usually composed face. You admit that. Sigurd nodded slowly, almost absently. I do. Kaelin hesitated, then asked, quieter than why. Why did you lose it back there? Why let it take you? Sigurd exhaled, long and heavy, because I couldn't stand it anymore. Ariel mocking her, mocking Alicia. They already called her a heretic. I couldn't let the last memory of my wife become one of scorn. I wanted, his voice wavered, trembling with something rower than rage. I wanted her remembered as a hero, not as the fool who defied the gods and lost. I thought, if I could finish what she began, maybe I could make the world see her as she really was. He looked down, eyes dim. But Darcy, she believed in them, in Seraphine, and I couldn't bear it. It felt like she'd thrown away everything Alicia died for. Kaelin was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and placed a hand on Sigurd's shoulder, not as a soldier to his superior, but as a man to another man standing on the edge of ruin. Then maybe, Kaelin said, it's time we make things right. Not by fighting the gods, not by cursing them, but by proving that Alicia's dream wasn't wasted. Sigurd looked up, eyes glassy with exhaustion and something almost like hope. Kaelin continued, steady but soft. Darcy believed in her. That's enough reason to try. If Alicia's legacy brought us this far, then we owe her. And Darcy, to see it through. To make sure their sacrifices mean something. Sigurd let out a slow breath, the first sign of calm in what felt like hours. He closed his eyes, nodding faintly. Then, he murmured, we finish what they started. Kaelin gave a grim, tired smile. But this time we do it right. The tome at the far end of the room flickered weakly, as though stirring in agreement. Its faint hum mingled with the sound of rain beyond the distant windows. The same rain that once fell over battlefields, over prayers, over graves. Two men knelt in the ruins of a world built on sacrifices. But for the first time, their silence wasn't just mourning. It was resolved. The air was still. Too still. Kaelin's breath came shallow as he pushed himself upright, every joint screaming in protest. The archive chamber looked like the aftermath of creation itself. Stones split, walls sagging, air heavy with the scent of ozone and ash. The faint glow from the archive's runes was all that remained to light the devastation, flickering across faces that looked more like ruins than people. "Ilara," he rasped, stumbling over to her fallen form. She lay slumped beside a collapsed pillar, her breathing shallow, face pale. Kaelin pressed a hand to her shoulder, a weak pulse. Relief hit him like a wave. "Come on," he muttered, channeling what little mana he had left. His sigils shimmered, faint and unstable, as healing light flowed from his palm and into her. The glow pulsed once, twice. Then she gasped, a sudden ragged breath, and her eyes flew open. "WH, what?" Ilara blinked rapidly, disoriented, pushing herself halfway upright. Her voice trembled. Where her gaze darted around the wreckage, then froze on Kaelin. "Sigurd is he." Kaelin shook his head. "Alive," he said quietly. "Barely." Ilara scoffed, not in cruelty, but exhaustion. Barely living is good enough. She tried to stand, but her legs buckled, forcing her to catch herself against a shattered table. "He's not dying on my watch, not after all this." Kaelin stepped aside as she staggered toward Sigurd's body. She knelt beside him, her fingers already moving through the motions of her craft, tracing runes of restoration, channeling the last dregs of her mana through trembling hands. The air was filled with faint silver light and the smell of burnt ozone. Sigurd's wounds began to knit, unevenly, imperfectly, but enough to keep him breathing. The deeper breaks and torn muscles resisted her efforts, leaving her drenched in sweat and shaking. At last, she slumped beside him, her breath coming ragged. "That's all I can do," she muttered. "I've drained every drop of mana I have." Kaelin's lips twitched, a humorless laugh escaping him. "You still managed more than most healers could." He leaned against a cracked wall, wiping soot from his brow. "Those angels, they're absurd. I didn't think anything could hit that hard." Sigurd groaned softly, stirring. His voice was hoarse but laced with dry irony. "Tell me about it. I took the brunt of it." He forced a weak chuckle. Even with that new power, all of it poured into defense, she still broke every bone I own. Ilara huffed, half amusement, half disbelief. "You're lucky she didn't vaporize you outright." Kaelin crossed his arms, the faintest ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. "What now?" he asked quietly. "Do we crawl home and pretend we never saw any of this?" Ilara's laugh came sharp, bitter. "Home? To what? You think the church will let us live after this? Ariel would have our hides mounted in her sanctuary." Kaelin's expression sobered. She'd try. He looked down at Sigurd, who sat with his back against a fallen pillar, eyes dull but alive. "Seraphine told us to make our own righteousness." Ilara gave a tired sigh. Ariel's obsession with her sister is disturbing. Sigurd managed a grim smile. "You're only realizing that now." For a moment, silence hung between them, not empty, but heavy. The kind that came after too much truth. Finally, Sigurd's voice broke it. "I hope Alicia was right," he murmured. "That she really did have a way to fix this, to save everyone." Kaelin's gaze darkened. "Even if she did, Darcy's gone. There's no fixing that." Ilara looked up, her face unreadable, her eyes dim with fatigue. "I hate Seraphine," she admitted softly. "But after everything I've seen, I don't think there's anyone left who's suffered more than her." Kalen nodded, slow and silent. Sigurd didn't reply, but his jaw clenched, and that was answer enough. For a long time, no one spoke. The archive's faint glow painted them in ghostly light, the air thick with dust and grief. Then Alara's voice broke through the stillness. "Sigurd," she said quietly, "do you know how to open the gates?" Sigurd blinked at her. "The gates?" "To the abyss," she clarified. "If we're going after them, we'll need to find a way in. And something tells me those angels won't exactly hand us a key." Sigurd exhaled, reaching for the charred remains of Alicia's journal beside him. He ran a thumb along the soot-stained edge. Alicia left notes on the seals, fragments of coordinates, symbols drawn from the earliest divine runes. It's all in here. If anyone could lead us there, it's her. Alara frowned, her tone half incredulous, half wary. "You're trusting the same woman who nearly brought the world down trying to fix it." He gave her a sharp look. "I'm trusting my wife," he said simply. "And she's the only one who might have left us a way forward." Alara opened her mouth to argue, then sighed. "Fine, but don't expect help from those angels. I doubt they'll come flying in to save us." Kalen chuckled, low and dry. "If Seraphine ever came to help us," he said, "I think I'd feel far more disgusted with myself." That earned him a brief laugh, real laughter, strained but human. Even Sigurd managed a small grin, faint but genuine, and for a fleeting moment the world didn't feel entirely doomed. Alara wiped her hands on her torn cloak, still sitting cross-legged beside the faintly glowing journal. "So," she muttered, "we're chasing gods into the abyss. Wonderful." Kalen smirked. "Wouldn't be the first time we've done something stupid." "True," she said with a small snort. Then the silence returned, quieter this time, but heavier in meaning. Alara tilted her head back, eyes drifting toward the cracked ceiling. "Do you think it's raining outside?" she asked softly. Kalen frowned, puzzled. "Raining. None of us would know. Why?" She gave a weak laugh, almost a sob, "Because if it is, how tragic. Even the world would be crying for us." The words lingered, fragile, painful, true. Kalen looked up too, following her gaze, and for a moment it did feel as though something distant, something vast, wept beyond those broken walls. Sigurd's hand tightened around Alicia's old journal, its pages still stained with ash. "Then let it cry," he whispered. "We'll give it something worth mourning." Kalen turned toward him, his voice low but steady. "Then we go after them." Sigurd nodded once. The motion hurt, but it was deliberate, into the abyss. Alara exhaled, pushing her hair back from her face. "Then let's hope the abyss cries too." And with that, the three of them sat in the flickering light, broken, exhausted, but unbowed, as the faint hum of the archive faded into silence. Outside, far beyond the shattered spires, a single raindrop struck the window pane, then another. The world was, indeed, crying. The chamber had gone quiet, too quiet. The archive's glow had dimmed to a pale pulse that barely held back the darkness pressing at the edges of the room. The air smelled of dust, iron, and something faintly burnt, the scent of what was left after miracles failed. They had slept little. None of them really could. Alara sat slumped against a toppled shelf, her hair a tangled mess of sweat and ash. Her hands were trembling from exhaustion, the faint shimmer of mana still flickering between her fingers, though she had none left to spend. Every breath she drew sounded heavier than the last. Sigurd leaned against the cracked wall opposite her, one arm wrapped around his ribs. His body was a map of bruises and fractures that hadn't fully healed. The remnants of Seraphine's strike still echoed in his bones, each breath a muted reminder of her strength and his failure. Kalen stood nearest the broken tome pedestal, his armor scorched and dull, his cloak torn. He was the only one of the three who looked remotely steady, though the pallor of his face and the tremor in his hands betrayed how deeply Seraphine's aura had burned into him. His spirit still shuddered at the memory of her power. No one spoke for a long time. Finally, Alara broke the silence. So she said dryly, "Who's opening the gates?" Kalen turned, his brows furrowing. "You can't be serious." Sigurd met Alara's glance, then nodded toward Kalen. "He's the only one who can still stand without collapsing. It has to be him." Kalen stared at them both, incredulous. "You're saying I'm the one who gets to open the path to the literal abyss." "Congratulations," Alara murmured weakly, forcing a faint smile. "You're the healthiest among the dying." He exhaled sharply through his nose. "And you two want to go in now. That's suicidal." "The longer we wait," Sigurd said quietly, his tone flat but certain, "the more time Ariel has to act. She's already unstable. If she decides we're betraying her, she won't hesitate." Alara's voice followed, low but edged with dread. "She's unpredictable, far more than Seraphine ever was. At least Seraphine had limits." Kalen sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Wonderful. So I'm about to open a gate that even the angels fear because we're afraid of the unstable one." Neither of them laughed. He looked between them, their faces drawn and pale, and then with a resigned exhale straightened his back. "Fine." The word sounded heavier than the air itself. Kalen took slow steps toward the ancient tome. It still sat where it had fallen, cracked open to Alicia's last entries, its pages faintly pulsing with a residual light that wasn't quite holy, nor entirely human. "Sigurd," he muttered, hesitating. "Tell me what to do." Sigurd opened his mouth to speak, but before a word left his lips, the runes on Kalen's armor began to glow. Soft at first, then brighter, then alive. Lines of gold and white light raced across his robes, twisting into unfamiliar shapes. The sigils on his gauntlets warped and reshaped themselves, forming a new pattern that pulsed with ominous rhythm, like the slow heartbeat of something vast and buried. The tome answered. The runes on its surface flared in response, the air trembling with a deep, low groan that came from the very bones of the earth. Dust rained down from the ceiling. Then the ground cracked open. A circle of jagged glyphs spiraled outward from the tome, their edges jagged and wrong, holy symbols inverted, halos broken, light bleeding into darkness. The air grew cold enough to sting. A hiss rolled through the room, like gas escaping a tomb. Black fog seeped from the cracks, tendrils of it licking across the floor like smoke from an unseen fire. Every instinct screamed stop. Ilara's hand shot to her mouth, swallowing a hard lump in her throat. What? What did you just do? Kaelin stumbled backwards, staring at his hands. I don't know. It reacted on its own. Sigurd's eyes narrowed. Don't play dumb. You had the key all along, didn't you? The key. Kaelin snapped, spinning toward him. If I had the key, I wouldn't have touched the damn book. But even as he said it, his gaze fell to the glowing sigils on his robe. The pattern had changed, the holy insignia of the church now overlaid by an unfamiliar weave, twisted threads of white and violet. Realization hit him like a blade. It's Ariel. Ilara blinked, stunned. What about her? Kaelin's jaw tightened. When she looked back, before she went after her sister, that moment she hesitated. I think that was it. She must have embedded the key then. Sigurd frowned, exhaling through his nose. I thought it was strange for her to pause. Ariel never hesitates when it comes to Seraphine. Kaelin gave a dry, humorless snort. Well, that explains why the door listened to me. Ilara stared for a long moment, then let out a breathless laugh, the kind that comes from exhaustion, disbelief, and grim understanding all at once. Well, she said with a shaky grin, thank the gods we didn't try to pretend none of this happened. Both men turned toward her. Because, she continued, wiping a streak of grime from her cheek, Ariel giving us the key is basically her saying, make sure Darcy didn't die in vain. Her smile faltered then, softening into something sadder. She's giving us her sister's last wish, in her own twisted way. No one replied. The only sound was the low, throbbing hum of the gate as it yawned open. The circle before them had become a vast portal, a swirling wound in reality itself. The colors inside shifted like oil over water, streaks of white, purple, and black twisting and bleeding together into a vortex that seemed to swallow light. The temperature dropped further. Their breath turned to mist. The walls trembled, groaning like a living thing. Each step toward the gate felt wrong, like walking against the grain of existence. Kaelin's hands clenched at his sides. His armor rattled faintly. Ilara's eyes darted to the ground, refusing to meet the pull of that endless spiral. Sigurd walked ahead of them both, his limp barely masking the determination that kept him upright. When they finally reached the threshold, the gate loomed like a storm, massive, ancient, and hungry. It towered above them, its edges etched in symbols that looked like prayers turned to curses. A hollow wind blew from within, carrying faint echoes of voices that might have been memories or something far older. Every fiber of their being screamed, turn back. But none of them did. Sigurd looked at the others. For a heartbeat, they stood together, 3 broken people staring into the end of the world. "There's no going back," he said quietly. Kaelin nodded, jaw tight. Ilara swallowed, her hand brushing the faint glow of her last rune. And together, they stepped forward. The fog swallowed them whole. The air shivered, the light bent, and then they were gone. The gate lingered for a moment longer, pulsing once like a dying heart, before sealing itself shut with a sound like thunder swallowed by the sea. And for the first time in centuries, the abyss stirred. The air was wrong. It pressed down like a living thing, heavy, clinging, ancient. The landscape stretched endlessly, barren and pale, as if drained of every last color and memory. No trees stood whole, only skeletal sticks jutted from the cracked soil, their shadows twitching in the dull black flame that burned weakly across the ground. The flame did not warm, it whispered, its glow pulsing faintly like a dying heartbeat. They stood close, back to back, 3 lone figures in an endless wasteland. Kaelin's hand hovered near his sword. Ilara's palms shimmered with what little mana she could still summon, and Sigurd's eyes searched the horizon, weary but alert. The silence stretched. It wasn't quiet, not really. It was the kind of silence that hummed, as though something massive and unseen was breathing just beyond sight. Ilara swallowed hard, this place. She whispered, "It feels wrong, dead." Kaelin's gaze flicked across the dim horizon. "It's more than that." His voice was low, unnerved. "It's making me aware of things, feelings I shouldn't even be noticing. It's like the darkness is peeling them open." Ilara's brow furrowed. "It feels familiar, like the Silver Plains." Sigurd's head turned sharply toward her. "That's because it is," he said grimly, "or what's left of it." Ilara's eyes widened. The Silver Plains, once a sea of white blossoms that stretched to the horizon, a symbol of life, now nothing but cinders and rot. They stayed close, turning slowly as they scanned the emptiness. There was no sound of wind, no echo of steps, only the faint hiss of the black fire crawling across the ash. Then it came, a voice, smooth and deep, echoing from nowhere and everywhere. "Lost sheep," it murmured almost kindly. "Have you come seeking power?" The 3 of them stiffened instantly. Kaelin drew his sword, scanning the horizon. "Who's there?" The voice chuckled softly, its tone swelling and retreating like the tide. "Power for revenge, perhaps, for grief, for the ache in your hearts you pretend not to feel." The air shifted, and a faint tremor ran through the ground. Ilara whispered, "It's inside the shadows." The voice laughed low, amused, ancient. "Ah, you feel it too, little mage. The shadows remember. They remember everything you've buried." Sigurd's tone was cold, steady. "We're not here for power. We came to make things right." A ripple of amusement rolled through the air. "Make things right?" The voice echoed. "How can you make something right when you don't even understand what's wrong?" The silence that followed was heavy. The trio exchanged uneasy glances, but none answered. No answer. The voice was closer now, right behind them. The 3 spun, blades and sigils ready, but there was nothing. only air, thick and humming. Then Alara found her voice. We know what's wrong. That's why we're here, to fix it. A whisper of movement swept through the fog, passing Kalen's side like a breath of ice. The voice laughed again, more clearly this time, mockery laced with something ancient and patient. Tell me then, it murmured, what is wrong and what is right? Kalen tightened his grip on his blade. What are you talking about? Another movement, this time from the opposite side. I ask you, knight, what flaw in the seal justifies this intrusion? Do you even know what you wish to fix? The three turned, tense and ready. The voice deepened, growing almost fond. There was another woman once, a woman who said the same words you just did. I'll make things right. And she did, in her own way. She made things very right for me. A shiver ran through Sigurd's spine. His jaw clenched. My wife, he said softly. Alicia. Oh, so you do remember her, the voice purred. The clever little heretic who believed she could fix the gods' work. Sigurd's teeth ground together. You feed on the innocent. You twist their lives into fuel. That's what's wrong. The voice chuckled darkly, circling unseen. Interesting answer. But tell me, hero, if your motives are selfish, does the act remain pure? Sigurd frowned. What are you talking about? You and your wife sought to save the children, the voice whispered, but only because your child was among them. That's a lie. Is it? The voice slid through the air, cold and close. Tell me, if I had left your daughter untouched, would you have ever acted? Would you have fought to end the curse? Yes, Sigurd barked without hesitation. The laughter that followed was cruel and knowing. You lie. Sigurd's breath caught. How do you? Because you've always known this curse, the voice said, softer now, almost tender. You recognized it the day your daughter picked up that shell by the shore. Sigurd froze. The sound of the waves, Linnea's laughter, the shimmer of the shell, it all flashed through his mind. Why do you think you told her to put it down so quickly? The voice murmured. You remembered. Because once, long ago, you watched your little brother die of the same curse. Alara turned sharply, confused. Brother, Sigurd, you never said. He shook his head, dazed. I don't remember. The voice hummed. Of course not. You were young. You buried it just as you buried your fear. But you've always known what this curse was. That is why you recoiled when your daughter touched it. Kalen glanced at him sidelong, his expression caught between disbelief and grim sympathy. I'm not the only one discovering secrets today, he muttered dryly, trying to mask the unease twisting in his gut. The voice laughed again, amused by their tension. You all dream of being saviors, heroes in your own tales, but you forget. Every hero is a villain in another's story. The black flames around them flickered higher, their light swallowing color from the air. Sigurd's mind was spinning, fragments of memory pressing against the edges of consciousness. A child's cry, a cough, a fatting warmth in his arms. Then his voice broke through the tremor. That's why I'm here, he said hoarsely, to end the stream of sacrifices, to make sure I am the last one. The voice moved again, slower this time, closer. Ah, so noble, it whispered, but how selfish. You think your death will cleanse the world. And what of the one who died for you? What of Darcy? Sigurd's jaw tightened. She was my closest companion. Was she? The voice sharpened, slicing through his defenses. You say her death wounded you, but did it wound you the most? Think again. The darkness rippled, and the black flame began to take shape, twisting upward, forming silhouettes. Human, almost. Who did her pain truly break, Sigurd? The voice asked, softer now, almost tender. You think you've come here to sacrifice yourself, but she already gave everything for you. Her blood, her hope, her light. The air around them pulsed darkly, the black flame flaring as the words deepened. You mortals call it redemption, the voice went on, its tone twisting with quiet mockery. But what you did was theft. You stole her mercy to build your world. You took her sorrow and turned it into your balance. You drained her compassion to fuel your survival. Sigurd's breath hitched. The meaning sank in like a blade seraphine. Her curse, her seal, her suffering. The world that stood above had been bought with her despair. Then, from the flames, shapes began to crawl forth, charred figures of men and women, their faces hollow, their bodies trembling with every whisper of the abyss. Ilara stepped back, horror flooding her eyes. What? What are those? Kalen lifted his sword, his voice grim. The true demons, he said. The ones Seraphine warned us about. The voice laughed one final time, echoing across the desolate plain. Welcome, then, it whispered, to the heart of your sins. The darkness moved. It began as a murmur, a shifting of the scorched horizon, a faint hiss that grew into a wave of shapes rising from the blackened soil. The ground itself seemed to breathe, each pulse birthing another shadow, another twisted remnant clawing its way into existence. The three of them stood in a tightening circle, backs pressed together, blades drawn. Here they come, Kalen muttered, voice low, his breath steaming faintly in the cold. Sigurd said nothing. His eyes narrowed as he watched the figures form from the ash, half-human silhouettes, half-wraith, their edges dripping with a dark flame that devoured even the air. Their faces were wrong, too smooth, too empty, hollow vessels of hunger and grief. Ilara's hands shook as she traced runes into the ground. The symbols glowed weakly, like dying embers. I'll try to keep a barrier up, she said, her voice trembling despite herself. Don't stray too far. Kalen cracked a dry laugh. You make it sound like we've got a choice. Then the horde screamed. The first wave crashed against them, dozens of bodies rushing forward, each more grotesque than the last. Kalen's blade met the nearest one mid-lunge, slicing through it in a burst of dark smoke. The creature didn't bleed. It dissolved into thin air, shrieking as it vanished. They fall easily, Kalen grunted, slashing another apart. Too easy. Then why do I count more of them now? Ilara snapped, her voice rising above the clash. Her barrier flared as three demons struck it at once, their claws sparking against the runic light. Sigurd stepped past her line, his hands igniting with swirling white and black fire. He thrust both palms forward. A blast of volatile magic erupted outward, scattering a dozen shadows at once. The air cracked like thunder, the pressure knocking Kaelin slightly off balance. "Watch the aim," Kaelin shouted. Sigurd ignored him. He was already summoning another spell, his aura flaring wild and unstable, like a man who had lost too much to care for restraint. Alara dropped to one knee, panting. Her runes flickered. "I can't hold this forever," she gasped. "Their essence, it's eating at the spellwork." "Then let it burn," Sigurd growled, swinging his arm to the side. The arc of flame carved through another dozen shapes, illuminating the wasteland for a heartbeat before it was swallowed again by shadow. "We end this before it ends us." For every demon they struck down, 3 more clawed out of the earth. The sky was nothing but black flame and drifting ash. The heat stung their eyes. The ground shifted underfoot as if alive. The silver plains, or what was once the silver plains, now breathed corruption. Kaelin ducked under a swipe, driving his blade upward through a creature's chest. The blade met no resistance, but the sound, the scream that followed, rattled his bones. He exhaled sharply and swung again, his training guiding him when instinct began to falter. "Is it me?" he panted, "or are these things multiplying faster?" Alara hurled a bolt of lightning past him. "Then stop counting and keep moving." Sigurd's laughter cut through the chaos, raw and unsteady. "You think counting matters? Their memories, echoes. They'll keep coming until the world forgets them." "That's not helping." Alara snapped, releasing another burst of light. Her spell exploded outward, scattering the immediate cluster. The smell of scorched ether filled the air. Kaelin risked a glance at her. Sweat streaked down her temple, her breathing was uneven. Still, she fought, every rune drawn shaking slightly more than the last. He turned back just in time to catch another claw aimed at his throat. Steel met shadow. The clash sparked a dull, soundless impact, like metal striking fog. Kaelin twisted, forcing the creature down, then kicked it off balance and decapitated it with a single grim motion. The corpse dissolved. Another took its place. Time bled into one long, endless blur of noise and motion, flame and shrieks, magic and exhaustion. At some point, Alara stopped counting her spells and simply reacted. Her eyes burned from the strain. Her mana core screamed for rest. The ground was littered with fading outlines of bodies that had already turned to smoke. Kaelin was bleeding from a cut across his forearm, but he barely noticed. His muscles moved on instinct. The weight of his sword had long since become part of him. Sigurd was a storm. His power came in violent bursts, dark light swirling around him in unpredictable surges. The demons that reached for him disintegrated before they even touched him, reduced to drifting embers. But every time he cast, the skin of his arm cracked a little more, light leaking through the fissures like fractured glass. "Sigurd," Alara shouted, seeing the blood on his knuckles. "You're overusing your mana." He gritted his teeth. "I don't care. I'm ending this." Kaelin parried another strike and shouted back. "That's what everyone says before dying for nothing." "I've already died once," Sigurd snarled. "This is just the part where I finish it." A ring of fire erupted around him, his magic burning too bright, too unstable. The next wave of demons surged into it and were instantly reduced to ash, their screams fading into the hollow wind. When the light dimmed, only silence remained. The three of them stood panting amid the ruins of what had been the horde. The air shimmered with fatting ether. The black flames around them flickered weakly now, receding into the ground. Ilara fell to her knees, gasping. Her mana reserves were dry. Even the faintest spark refused to answer her call. Kalen leaned on his sword, shoulders heaving. Is it over? Sigurd didn't answer right away. He looked around, the emptiness stretching out endlessly again, the horizon still smoking, the air still trembling faintly as if holding its breath. I don't know, he said at last, voice rough, but it's quiet. Ilara let out a shaky laugh that was more disbelief than joy. Quiet's nice. I'll take quiet. Kalen managed a weak grin. If we survive this, I'm never complaining about paperwork again. That earned a faint snort from Ilara. She tilted her head back, staring up at the blank, starless sky. You think it's over. I want to, Kalen said, for once. Sigurd knelt, resting a bloodied hand against the burnt soil. The heat had faded, leaving only the faint pulse of mana under the surface. Slow, deep, like the breath of something asleep. He frowned. No, he said slowly, something's wrong. The air shifted. At first, it was just a vibration, a deep tremor that rolled through the ground. Then came the sound. A low, grinding noise that seemed to crawl through their bones. The horizon rippled. The black fire reignited. Ilara staggered to her feet. What is that? Kalen raised his blade again, though his arms trembled with fatigue. Please tell me that's not another wave. Sigurd's expression darkened. It's not. The tremor deepened, spreading outward in a growing rhythm like the heartbeat of something impossibly large. Then, in the far distance, the ground bulged. The ash split open and a shape began to rise. A crown of horns, a body of molten shadow and bone, eyes like burning coals. The king of corruption emerged from the void, massive, grotesque, the air itself bending around him. The remnants of the horde swarmed to his form, merging into his flesh like rivers of smoke feeding an ocean. For a brief moment, no one moved. Ilara's breath caught. That's him. Kalen swallowed hard, the tip of his blade lowering slightly. You've got to be joking. The king's voice rolled across the plains, ancient and heavy, every syllable dragging through the air like a mountain being torn apart. Children of balance, it rumbled, its tone both mocking and mournful. You tread where gods have fallen. The trio stood frozen. Even the heat of the black flame seemed to die before his presence. Kalen's knuckles tightened around his sword. If we don't make it out, he murmured, do you think one of those angel sisters will bother saving what's left of us? Ilara gave a bitter smile, the expression tired and cracked. No, she said simply, I think we're on our own. The king's eyes opened fully then, two blazing suns of corruption. The world screamed, and the last flicker of hope in their hearts went out.